Welcome everybody. Appreciate everybody being on for our second Habitat Council meeting of the calendar year. This meeting will be focused on mostly waterfowl and upland game projects. My name is Eric Edgley. I'm the Habitat Section Chief for the Division of Wildlife Resources, and we apologize in advance that the meeting is not able to be carried live on the YouTube link, but is being recorded and will be shared after the fact. Before we move on, I need to thank Daniel, Allison, and Danny and Lisa for helping to organize the meeting and keep track of everything that's going on from an operations standpoint for Habitat Council. Thanks, Michael, and all of the audiovisual folks. Sorry, things are kind of struggling today, but they work really hard, and they usually these days have got multiple meetings that they're trying to juggle at any given time, public meetings, and so it's a big task for them to do this, and we appreciate their support. And usually everything's spot on, but it's technology, so stuff happens, right? So before we jump in, and we normally in the past have not necessarily introduced everybody on the council, but I feel like we need to do that, especially from the public side, because they probably don't know who everybody is. So I've introduced myself, so that we'll go, if folks want to take, on the council, a few seconds to introduce themselves. We'll go with Tyler, then Drew Cushing, then Justin, then Jack, then Dwayne, then Darren, then Paul. Go ahead, Tyler.
Morning, everyone. Tyler Thompson. I'm the Watershed Program Director with the Department of Natural Resources, and I oversee the Watershed Restoration Initiative.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Drew Cushing. I'm the Fisheries Chief for the Division of Wildlife.
Hey, everyone. My name is Justin Shannon. I'm the Chief of Wildlife.
I'm Jack Ray. I'm the Waterfowl representative.
Dwayne Reading. I'm the Upland bird representative.
Darren West. I'm the big game representative.
Paul Burnett. I'm the aquatics representative, citizen representative.
Thank you, everybody. And again, I appreciate you all being here today. I'd asked, but as we get going, is our staff are introducing projects. I would ask that you would introduce yourself and tell us who you are, what your job is, and what region you're representing. I would appreciate that. So before we get started, are there any other questions before we begin about what we're doing today, or projects overall, or our process? Okay, hearing none, our first matter of business is to approve the minutes. And so Daniel's pulling that up. And so maybe scroll down a little bit on that. There you go. And so at this point, I would ask for a motion to approve our minutes from our previous meeting from January 27th. Or if there's any questions about the minutes, you can ask a question.
I'll make the motion to approve the minutes.
Thank you, Tyler.
Second the motion.
And we have a motion from Tyler and a second from Jack. Okay, like we did before, our method of voting, if you're in favor, say aye or yes. If you're opposed, you can say no, as well as raise your hand with the raise hand button, for the Google Hangout. So all in favor, say yes.
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 Are there any opposed? Say no. Okay, the motion carries. We've approved our minutes from last meeting. All right. With that, we're going to jump into project proposals, and starting with our Northeast region today. and 5619 Lake Canyon Stream Improvements Phase 3. Go ahead.
I guess that's me. Hi, everybody. So my name's Brian Englert. I'm the regional fisheries biologist over here in the Northeast region. And today we're going to talk about Lake Canyon, I guess. Most of you guys have been to Lake Canyon. A few of the council members even toured this last year with our region's WRI group. This project, is just a little ways southwest of Duchesne. I bet even more of you guys have even been there over the years since we've been doing work up there since 2001. If we could scroll in there kind of. So this is kind of a phase 3 part of the project. We were funded through WRI as more of a watershed project on the first year, where we're doing a little bit of PJ removal, as well as addressing some sagebrush, greasewood on the flats, trying to open up some of that meadow and canopy just for some better grazing conditions up there. Then in phase 2, we did, or more or less about to do, most of phase 2, we're going to tackle this spring yet, a section of that stream. And then phase 3 is more or less finishing the stream out, a lot of the stream habitat portions that we need to do. So it's really broke this 3.5 mile stream section into 3 different years, 3 different chunks. Now let's go to project details if we could. So a lot of the project, images would be best, wouldn't it? So from a water, I guess I must have been thrown in here from a waterfowl context. They're really a secondary benefited species at this point. A lot of the work that benefits waterfowl would be from opening up a bunch of this open water habitat that's closed in over time, and it's eroded and closed in. There's really not much habitat there in some places. So by deepening the channel, like what you can see there in those couple pictures, we are getting some waterfowl benefit. It's amazing to me going in there in the spring and how many nests you randomly find and mark off, and you're like, don't touch this. But at the bulk and the heart of this project, it's a fisheries project to improve cutthroat trout habitat. Lake Canyon Lake functions as one of my 2 primary brood stocks that I manage for cutthroat in the region. We harvest somewhere around the fingerling demand is somewhere around 20,000 fingerlings, I think, per year at a minimum. It can be up to 50,000 per year. They get scattered across the entire north side of the Book Cliffs, all the way up to Soldier Creek Dam, basically, and up to Current Creek. And then the stream functions as kind of a backup brood. We've used this as a backup brood in the past because there is a link there between the stream and the lake. And we're trying to open up the creek so that it's more of a fishery potential. The creek as it stands right now is more or less a large mud flat, trying to open up some of the water habitat, provide spawning cover, provide overhead protection, and just overhead cover in general. And then we have been and will be doing a little bit more on the riparian planting, trying to get that riparian canopy back as far as willows and box elders and such. That's really all I can think of off the top of my head.
Thank you, Brian. Are there any questions about it?
Maybe one more additional detail if we want to go into funding or the finance page. Can we go up? Yeah, so just pointing out the bulk majority of the expenses being asked for. Most expenses, there is some seasonal time built into the project, but the bulk majority of this is in heavy equipment crew and equipment rental, just for everybody's info. And then there's a few other expenses and materials and such. And I would add that this project was also presented to the WRI region group.
Very good. Any questions about this project?
Brian, I have a couple questions.
Yeah, shoot, Paul.
I know we've gone over this a few times. Can you update us on the status of the trespass cattle, and do we feel like we've got a pretty good handle on them coming through and protecting the riparian species?
It's never, I guess I feel the answer to that question is never going to be 100% perfect, but at this point, I believe we're 95+% addressed.
Okay.
We no longer have the problems of seeing 200, 300 head of cows in there. And nowadays we might see 10, that drift in through the summer, and we'll call on it and remove them. It's the type of thing where we just have to continue going up there a couple times in the summer, especially late summer. Those cows have no other water sources, and they come way up and over the ridge. They're actually coming from Right Fork Indian Canyon up and over this very large ridge that most cows would never dream of going over. But these aren't normal cows either. These are more like mountain milk cows. So yeah, I guess the short answer to your question is we've got a pretty good handle on it. It's just not 100% perfect.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Thanks. And then my other question is, I never realized this before, but there's on the aerial image and right adjacent to one of the enhancement areas, there's a on-channel pond. And was that constructed? It looks like it's been there for a while, but was that constructed or is it natural? And what role does that play in kind of the cutthroat dynamics and movement and that sort of thing?
So can you repeat that one more time for me, just so I make sure I got a good idea of your question?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So I noticed on the aerial image there's a small on-channel pond on Lake Canyon that I'd never noticed before.
On the stream, right?
Yeah.
That you're
Yeah.
Actually, there are 1, 2, 3. There's 5 in-stream ponds along the canal or along that creek. The majority of them were check dams where the stream was severely incised, and that goes back to more or less the original projects where we were addressing some of the stream habitat deficiencies in Lake Canyon back in about 2004 through 2008 were some of the original projects that Garn did. Most of them were check dams, though. They weren't purposefully constructed just to have a pond, but it was a matter of convenience. And actually, these ponds all but the one in the pictures does not really have many fish. There's only a couple. But I went this winter with Mike McCarty and from White Rocks Hatchery and Garn, and we ice fished these ponds this winter, and it was quite a blast, actually. I bet we ended up catching 50 or 60 cutthroat in these ponds. So we really see a good value to these ponds. They hold a lot of fish. They allow some of these fish to grow pretty big. That one right above the oil field pad right there, there should be one somewhere in that image, just a little bit upstream of there. It'll be a little bit down on the screen. We actually caught numerous fish over 18 inches this winter on the ice fishing trip. So anyway, yeah, we feel there's a value to these ponds when we're not even stocking these ponds. These fish are just running up the creek and then spawning on their own and coming back down.
Can they get through? Can they get through them, or do they block movement? Just curious.
They don't.
Okay.
We get tiger trout we don't see tiger trout more than about halfway up the stream, but I think that's not because of the ponds. It's actually because of the deficiencies we're currently having, where we have these large flat, completely taken over sections of channel. When they built the channel, they just did not build the large sections of it deep enough. And so they of course, the whole thing's in a photic zone, and we ended up with just large sections of rush taking over the channel and completely blocking the path, the entire corridor off the fish movement and fish habitation. So as part of this project, we're making sure to build these to more of an E-channel standard, They're very slow moving sections. And so we're building very deep to get them below the photic zone, essentially. So we don't have that problem with vegetation. Yeah. In 2019, the spring of 19, we actually experienced about an 85% winter kill at Lake Canyon Lake.
Mhm.
So that year, we actually came up and into this channel, and we're able to collect probably somewhere around 60 to 80 individuals. Without this population, we would have been able to meet any kind of egg demand, and we would have been really scrambling to try and figure out what to do with this brood. But given we had these fish here on hand, we were able to this disease collection. The disease cert still holds for the stream, same as Lake Canyon. It's all one population, and we were able to utilize those fish for a brood purpose.
Thanks, Brian.
Yep, no problem.
Any other questions?
Oh, I guess maybe to add to Paul's answer here, we do experience fish movement through about half of the stream right now where they're able to. We have evidence of that because we stock tiger trout in Lake Canyon Lake, and we see them about halfway up, so about a mile and a half up the channel. And that would mean they go through multiple of these ponds.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool. Any other questions about this project? Okay, do we have a motion?
I guess my one other comment is I'll make a motion, but I'm just wondering if maybe we want to look at I know the proportions of different sources and Habitat Council came up and it was 100% sport fish. Do we want to keep it at sport fish, or do we want to include some waterfowl in that?
I think it's always been 100% sport fish when it's come to the council before. Correct me if I'm wrong,
Okay.
Daniel and Allison, but that's what I remember.
Okay, no problem with me. I was just curious if we wanted to incorporate that. I'll make a motion to move this project forward for funding consideration.
Thank you.
I
We have a
second
motion,
that.
and we have a second from Drew. Is that Drew?
That is.
Okay. All right. Everybody in favor, say yes.
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 Any opposed can say no and raise their hand. Okay. Motion is unanimous and it carries.
Hey,
All right.
Brian, before you go, Brian, can I ask just a kind of an adjacent question to Lake Canyon generally?
Yep.
There was that oil pad and associated road was a sediment threat to the Lake Canyon itself and the stream. Has that been effectively addressed?
I would say the stream has very little threat, no impact that we can detect. For one, we just don't. It's strange given that type of geology. Most places in that entire region have all kinds of sediment threats, but Lake Canyon is about the only stable iota of water and stream corridor. We just don't get flashy events. It's a more porous section, the geology. Lake Canyon, though, it does get some sedimentation from time to time. I'm not sure what we would do to address it, because right now the road has fairly well stabilized since they did all those improvements. The areas I see sedimentation come from when we get a good rainstorm, and it actually is coming from way up in the geology.
Okay, thanks, Brian.
Yep.
All right. Thanks, Brian. We'll move on to the next project, 5628 Browns Park. WMA, go ahead.
All right. Hey, everybody. I'm Amy Vandevort. I'm the district biologist up here out of Browns Park, the Northeastern Region. So this project is what I do every year. We're just trying to get funding for a seasonal and for all the supplies I need up here for herbicides and fencing materials and anything else that comes up that needs to be done. I did send a PowerPoint to Daniel if he wants to start it. It's basically just a bunch of pictures up here so you guys can kind of see what it looks like. I know a lot of you guys might never have been up here. So you can just scroll through the PowerPoint. This first picture, the past couple of years, I've been trying to replace a lot of this fencing that's up here in the upper left corner. It's hard to tell, but it's a lot of old sheep fence with the barbed wire on the top, which is super unfriendly to wildlife. So we've been replacing it, putting in new H braces and a wildlife friendly fence with the smooth top and bottom wire and lower so they can actually jump over it without getting caught. Now a lot of the H braces, we're replacing all of them with this treated post. A lot of them are falling over, and we actually had one spot where the walkover was actually holding the fence up. So just doing a lot of upgrades. We're trying to do, the past 2 years, been able to do about 3/4 to a mile section each year. And this year I'm hoping to do the same. We had a lot of donations last year from a dedicated hunter program because there weren't any projects really for them to do. So we're trying to get a lot of donations for the materials. And you can go to the next one. And yeah, this is just to benefit some of these species you see down here. With the hay fields we've put in, we've increased deer use during the summer, and we're noticing fawns being separated from their moms. So, and with calves being separated from their from the moose. So you can go to the next slide. And yeah, it's just trying to make it more wildlife friendly so we don't have to deal with animals that are separated or caught in the fence. Can go ahead. Another big issue we deal with down here are beavers. They either dam up places they're not supposed to, or they chew through the boards that we've got down here and drain the ponds. So this bottom picture shows what happened last fall. They got up into the boards and chewed through them, and just that whole pond emptied. The other issue we deal with, especially during the summer months when we're flooding the ponds, is just they'll come in, and it's sometimes like everyday struggle to go and clean some of these areas out. Just trying to keep the water flowing. Okay, you can go ahead. Another thing we've been doing the past couple of years is increasing what we've been able to irrigate. So we bought gated pipe, just a little bit more efficient than flood. So we can, the bottom right picture is the hayfield. That's on the Bridgeport unit. We put that in, or we actually leased it to a rancher, and he put in the hayfield and does irrigation during the summer. And I tried finding pictures that the geese love it in the fall. They just, you can go down there in the fall and the geese are just all over that field. And also the deer really benefited from that during the winter months. As you can see a bunch of them in there. The upper portion is over by the headquarters. When I first started out here, that field that you see is all grass right now was just dirt. And so we were able to purchase some gated pipe with the funding from WRI, and we started flooding it, and there was a good seed bank in there. We got a lot of perennial grass to come up through it. Okay, you can go ahead. And then these are just pictures of a few things that you can see out here. We do get a lot. This year we've had 51 trumpeter swans using one of the ponds. We also had a white-winged dove show up last year. Decided to pose for us on the back of one of the trucks. And you can go ahead. And yeah, this is the last slide, just some nice pictures. So the funding is just trying to keep this place running. We do a lot of noxious weed control, a lot of cattail controls. A lot of these ponds are pretty shallow, so if we don't spray the cattails, they'll just grow in and they'll just choke out the water. And so I'm asking for $12,000 for a seasonal position. It's a 6-month position. It usually goes from April to the end of September. And then the rest, the $13,650, is for the seasonal truck, and then any supplies they need for herbicide, signs, fencing materials, any tools that need to be replaced. And then for the percentages and everything, I've just used what we've used in the past for upland game, big game, and waterfowl. And that is all I've got. If you guys have questions or anything.
I don't hear any, Amy, but thank you for providing the pictures. That really tells a lot about the work that you guys are doing there, and I really appreciate that. Yeah, any questions for Amy?
I don't have any questions, but I just want to say great job, Amy. You guys do a great job up there every year. And Eric, I'd make a motion that we tentatively approve it for funding consideration.
Fantastic. We have a motion from Justin.
I'll second. This is Paul.
And we have a second from Paul. Any further discussion on this project? Hearing none. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Amy.
All right. Thank you.
Project 5703, Pariette Wetlands Water Control Improvement, Phase 2. Go for it.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity to present. My name is Darren Williams. I'm the Pariette Wetlands Manager for BLM and Program Manager for this project. This project is Phase 2. It involves the upgrade of 3 diversion structures in the wetland system to improve water flow within the system to improve the habitat primarily for waterfowl nesting. I apologize, I don't have an interactive map on Phase 2, but I do have there should be a JPEG picture of the system if you want to look at position of where those 3 diversion structures are. These are pictures of what the diversion structures look like now. There's 4 management units within Pariette, and 3 structures are defunct. We have one that's still working, but we're just unable to properly control water flows to the 3 of the 4 different management units. So those pictures kind of show the current condition of those. I apologize. I tried to upload some ongoing pictures that I took this year of some preparation on these diversions. The funding from the first year, last year, we were able to secure Jones and DeMille Engineering to be the engineers for this project. Unfortunately, the cost came in a lot higher than we had anticipated. So we went back and talked to the council, and we were given the authorization to utilize those funds to contract with that firm. They took about 80% of the funds that were appropriated, and what they're doing with those funds, and they're attached here in this program, is they have provided draft blueprints for each of the 3 structures, along with cost estimates for each of those. So those are in the document section. They're pretty extensive blueprints. And so I just kind of focused on page 1 of each one shows the structure, elevation, and plan. There is a little bit of confusion. If you look through these documents, Jones and DeMille has some labeling issues that differ from ours. So in the blueprints, they have those structures listed as structure A, B, and C. In the funding or the cost portions, they have those listed as north, central, and south diversions. And of course, our proposal labels those diversions by unit. So I apologize for that. I'm working with the engineering firm to get those cleaned up so there are no confusions on which structures we're talking about. you can see here on, that north diversion structure, the breakdown for the cost breakdown. That one that they're calling the north diversion is in our flood control area. So that would be also the north and the structure A on the blueprint. So again, I apologize for that confusion, but they give a breakdown of the cost of all three of those structures. Really quick, one thing that comes out of contracting with Jones and DeMille is not just providing these blueprints and cost estimates, but Jones and DeMille are on board throughout the entire process to act as a subcontractor to oversee the hiring of the firm that will do the construction on these diversions, make sure those are poured to spec. And there you can kind of see the locations of each of the three. Upper left is the flood controller, the north diversion, and there it's labeled by a red dot, and in the center, Anyway, that kind of shows you the where they're located in the system. But back to Jones and DeMille, they're on to oversee the entire project as far as oversight for prep work, oversight for construction, and oversight for reclamation after the project. So we're going to be relying pretty heavily on them. How we came about these blueprints is Jones and DeMille provided to us 3 different types of structures after they looked at the system. And Tori and I sat down with them and went over the different types of structures that they had presented. The one didn't quite meet the needs of what the system needs. The other one was over the top Valhalla that was just way out of what we needed. So we did settle on this particular design, which incorporates the ability to back the water up and divert it, and also scrub sediment from behind the structures if and when needed. Initially, we were looking at trying to design some precast concrete structures that we could set in and incorporate in the existing system. That was just simply not feasible because the existing infrastructure is so antiquated. There was no way that we could do that without exorbitant cost. So that's why, if anybody's wondering why we didn't go with those as we proposed initially, it was after Jones and DeMille looked and surveyed, the determination was made. It wouldn't give us the biggest bang for our buck. And so it was decided to go this route. That's why they put out the design structures and the estimate costs. So the cost that I included in this phase 2 is an average of the 3. All 3 structures are very similar. The middle structure would be the largest, kind of the most expensive, but averaging out the 3, it comes out an average cost of about 140, 167, I guess. In talking about this, we should have about 20,000 left over from what we were awarded the first year. And so that could obviously be applied to this. And if you look at Jones and DeMille cost breakdown, they have about a 20% overhead that they've calculated into each one of these. I think that could be altered as needed. And additionally, I've got in kind for BLM to assist with the preparation, the site preparation, which would cut down on their cost estimation for site prep as well. So we could actually probably reduce this amount. I'm going to say probably about 35,000, maybe 40, and still be able to conduct that. So we're asking for funding to construct and place 1 diversion structure this year. And then we would move on for a second and a third in progressive years. So in a nutshell, I think that's it. I'd be more than happy to entertain any questions.
I have a couple, if that's okay.
Yep, go ahead.
Sure.
I was just curious about, I actually have never been here, but I was curious about the native fish component within this within the draw. And from what I can tell, it looks like it's a series of wetlands that are kind of enhanced by the diversion structures. I'm curious, are there native fish species that occur within the wetland complex? And is there I guess a need for them to move up and downstream, and was that kind of incorporated in the design?
There are not any native fish species in the system.
Okay.
Matter of fact, there was concern raised just recently from the fisheries folks about our inclusion on some native fish species. So we did alter the proposal and remove those because there's the system cycles because of the lack of water. So every summer it dries out completely. So
okay.
it doesn't maintain fish at all in or out. So we did eliminate or remove that non-native fish portion from the project. I saw I neglected to go in and change that breakdown on the and remove that section. But yeah, from the finance side, so I'll need to go in and redo that. But I did remove it from, the non-game 15 on the allocation. I'll have to redo that one. Other than that, they've been removed from the proposal itself. But yeah, no, there are no native fish in the system.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Yeah, we can just remove that. Can we just remove that now, Daniel? Did that work okay?
Yeah, just make a suggestion of what you want it to be and I'll make the change.
I think it makes sense to put that 15% into waterfowl unless there's an objection.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I've got a question for Tyler. Tyler, it looks like DNR Watershed's funding about 70% of this. Do you have any thoughts on the project?
Yeah, I do. I got to be honest. This one's been bugging me. I mean, we basically went from last year an $80,000 funding request to design and build 3 structures, and now it's over $500,000 to get this thing done. You mentioned that you thought the cost could be reduced by, what was it, $35,000 or $40,000? Can
I
we
believe
just do
so,
that
yeah.
right now? We just reduce the cost, or what was
Absolutely.
And the other thing I want some more information on. I mean, this feels to me like we gave the design and the engineers, we requested they build us a Chevy, and they basically gave us the plans to a Lamborghini ×3. Is this the only way forward here, or have you guys explored other options?
We've looked at different options, and there are cheaper ways of going about this, but it's bottom line, it's going to be a waste of money. If we don't put a structure in that's appropriate, that will last, it's going to be, we're going to have to go back and revisit it and redo it.
Does the BLM have any funding avenues to help pay for this?
I've been working with BLM to try to come up with some, and I've submitted what we call BPSS projects for that. I've not got anything back from that, but I'm going to continue to work on that to help augment this.
Okay, I guess I would suggest we at least cut the $40,000 off of the request right now. Allison can do that.
Do you want that off of DNR Watershed or Habitat Council?
DNR Watershed, of course.
Wait a minute. Hey, need to pull some off Habitat Council too. Daniel, maybe go back to that finance page again one more time and the breakdowns for Habitat Council. And so I guess what I would do is I would remind folks here, Habitat Council monies are hook and bullet money. And so we need to, make sure, even though the non-game categories are available, those are available for the whole entire, WRI operations, but don't tend to be as appropriate for Habitat Council money. So if there's ways that we can have our percentages for Habitat Council be for the sporting side of things, and not the non-game side of things, I would appreciate if we kept that in mind, and I don't know, would entertain any kind of adjustment here based on that from the council if they wanted to.
I don't think it should go into upland game, and if it goes into waterfowl, this is a big hit for the waterfowl budget in general out of Habitat Council. It seems.
Yeah, I was just going to ask how much waterfowl usage occurs here and how many people actually hunt it.
Yeah, I was going to ask Justin and Blair the same question. What is the use here? I've never heard of this this wetland place.
You'll have to pardon my ignorance, Drew. I don't know. Is Amy still on the call, or Blair by chance?
Yeah, this is Blair. I'm here. I don't know if we have any good data to say how many birds actually use it or hunters. I know it's probably not nearly as popular as our other waterfowl management areas around the state. And I don't know that there's a lot of water currently there. Is there, Darren, for people to hunt it in the fall? It sounds like I was under the impression that it goes dry quite often in the fall.
It does, and more so every year. We're working very hard with management to try to secure permanent stable water so the system does not dry up. But right now, it dries up shortly after fledgling, and then it starts to regenerate in fall. So there are birds that come back, but there's a pretty good significant period of time in between fledging and fall when they return that it's dry. But the birds do come back. It does get a lot of hunting pressure. Interestingly enough, mostly from the Wasatch Front folks. Local folks don't usually go out there. They say it's too far to go. They've got other places closer to the cities and towns that they go to, but we do get a lot of hunting pressure from Wasatch Front folks.
This is Charlie Holtz with Pheasants Forever, and I live out in Vernal, Utah. And it's kind of nice that most people don't know about this, quite frankly. And I use it quite a bit. And part of this project is to hold water and to encourage more waterfowl. There's also opportunities for pheasant, and it has been a release spot for the birds in fall. So it is a nice spot. Just wanted to make that comment.
So I guess maybe on this, I might ask, just throw it out there, Tyler, can you go half with us on that reduction?
Sure.
Okay. So Allison, if you can.
I already did it before you asked, Tyler.
I like how you think. Very nice. Okay. Any other questions for or on this project?
Yeah, I have a question. So this, if it's 75% waterfowl and $163,000, and I'm not sure what portion of that is Habitat Council money, but I kind of agree. This is a huge, it may be meritorious, but the waterfowl funds are pretty limited. Yeah, and this would soak up a significant percentage of those funds. It's just an observation.
Hey, Eric, just to clarify, when it says non-game wildlife, or non-game fish, those dollars really come out of the big game portion and the sport fish, correct?
I don't know, Allison. Yes, she's nodding her head. Yes.
Yes, that's correct.
That's right. Yeah, so Jack, although I agree with you that it's a big hit to waterfowl, I think it might even be less appropriate to put it in big game.
Yeah, I wasn't necessarily suggesting that the percentages be adjusted. I'm just suggesting when this all shakes out at the end of the day, it seems like there are usually twice as many waterfowl funding requests as there are waterfowl dollars.
So yeah, I'm with you, John or Jack. I was thinking the same thing. I mean, what's going through my mind is, does it qualify as a project that could be approved? Yes, but at the end of the year, when we start looking at all the various projects and how much funding we have, I guess I'm not sure process-wise. Maybe I'll leave that up to Eric or Danny Summers and have them help us out. I mean, is the role of this council to determine whether it qualifies or not, and then we work on how much money we have on the back end? Or if we have a project that we're like, oh, this is just too steep, is it easier just to deny it now? You get what I'm asking?
Yeah, I do, and I think this council has both roles. We have the opportunity here to deny it outright at this point, or allow it to proceed. And like I say, if we were to allow this project to proceed, it's a recommendation to the director's office to approve. That doesn't mean that if funding were short, that it might fall off the list. I don't know. I guess I'd look to Daniel for any clarification on that.
When we get to you could approve it at this point, and then when we get to the funding meeting, you could prioritize all the projects and say this is a low priority and it doesn't make the cut.
Tyler, can I ask you just to kind of clarify your reservation on this project? Is it just the cost, or what exactly is your reservation through from a WRI perspective?
Yeah, it's the cost, and it's not just the cost, it's the fact that it went from 80,000 to over $500,000 when we involved the engineers. I'm just curious. If I just want to make sure we've done everything we can, to explore other less expensive options. And then I think we as an admin team in WRI need to approach BLM pretty aggressively, given the steep increases, to see if they've got some funding that they can put towards it as well.
Okay, that helps me. Keeping water on the landscape in a desert state like we are is got to be mission critical to us as a wildlife agency and BLM as well. So the spirit of the project I certainly agree with, but damn, the price tag is a bit steep, and using Jones in the mill doesn't help any. So I agree with you, Tyler.
I mean, I feel like we run some pretty successful waterfowl areas on the Great Salt Lake, and there's a lot of water control structures. And my gosh, if we have to pay 150 grand for every one of those, we're in trouble.
So along those lines, we do have a very experienced and successful construction crew within the Division of Wildlife, and I haven't heard that being discussed here either. And I really wonder if we shouldn't, at least give us the opportunity to work more closely with BLM, Darren, and go out and take a look at this project from our eyes, and see what we can do. Just a thought.
Sure, yeah, we're open to that. When we initially proposed this, we did think about using the state engineering to get involved in this system. So yeah, we're totally open for that.
with that, I'd make a motion if there's no more questions.
Okay, go ahead.
My motion is that we table this for the time being. We ask that Darren work with our statewide construction crew and see what we can do out there to benefit Darren along the lines of what he's trying to do for a lower price tag.
All right.
Second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion from Drew and a second from Tyler. Any further discussion on the motion that's been submitted? Okay, if not, we'll take a vote. All in favor to table this project till possibly later, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no and raise your hand. Okay, the motion to table this project carries. Darren will look forward to maybe hearing back, and or if you don't need additional approval, then hopefully we can work the project through a different avenue.
Sounds good. We'll go to work on our end.
Hey, Darren, I like the project. I really do. It's got a lot of potential. It's just, you know, I think that we can do better.
I appreciate that, and I understand that, and I hope we can.
Drew, I feel similar. I feel like in our agency, we talk a lot about R3 and how do we get new hunters? How do we have more people go afield? And I think with waterfowl and upland in particular, the way you do that is you expand the habitat. You give them more options. You give them more places to go. So I'm, you know, philosophically and fundamentally, I'm not opposed to doing good things for waterfowl habitat in areas outside of our WMAs, because that's how we're going to have more people go out afield on the landscape. I like the direction we went though with this.
Very good. Thank you all for the opportunity. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Darren. Appreciate that. Okay, we're going to move on to project 5739 Stewart Lake, WMA Uplands Renovation Project Phase 2. Go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you very much. My name is Charlie Holtz. I work with Pheasants Forever Seed Program as a Western Conservation Specialist. We did Phase 1 this last year, and I presented this as a sage grouse initiative biologist out of the NRCS, and we've since hired someone new. Her name is Annalise Matzinger, and she's our Pheasants Forever's partner biologist, and she'll be kind of incorporated into this project, and I'll let her take it away if she's still on the line.
Yeah, I'm here. Hi, I'm Annalise, the sage grouse biologist, Pheasants Forever, NRCS. The Stewart Lake is in Jensen. It's adjacent to the Green River. There's currently areas that have an abundance of perennial invasive weeds such as pepperweed, tamarisk, yellow toadflax, Russian knapweed, Russian olive, and among others. The project will target these areas with herbicide, mechanical, and seeding methods in order to help create a more complex and diverse vegetation community that will that ground nesting birds as well as other wildlife species will greatly benefit from.
Awesome. Yeah, like Annalise said, this is going to be targeting upland game birds and nesting waterfowl. This last year, we engaged in the herbicide spray for the pepperweed, the invasive grasses, and did the tamarisk mowing, and a winter wheat triticale seeding this fall. And so this spring, it'll be more of a mulching. As you can see on the picture, we have a lot of debris still out there. So we need to mulch that down, spray any of the tamarisk and pepperweed that comes back. And we'll be doing another annual cover crop food plot this next fall with a winter triticale variety, and continue it next year, Phase 3, which will have a better idea. The eventual goal of the project is to create a good weed-free seed bed and then plant back a variety of good nesting cover, seed mixes, and pollinator plots, along with some milkweed. So we're trying to create brood-rearing habitat and also nesting habitat. Welcome to any questions or.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. Do we have a motion on this project?
Eric, I got a quick question.
Okay.
Pardon my ignorance, Charlie, but is this what's the land ownership on this project? Is this one of our wildlife management areas, or where is this?
Yep, this is Stewart Lake Wildlife Management Area, outside of Jensen. There is like a cattail eradication portion to this that fisheries, I believe, is doing to open up some more of that water in the actual lake. And then we're just focused on that northwest corner opportunity to do that type of size. It's a 20-30 acre project, and incorporate that on that western end, maybe even in years to come, and break new ground. So there's more potential to do more on that west end.
Okay, thank you.
I might have missed this, Charlie and Annalise, but what's the status of California quail and ringneck pheasants out there currently?
Certainly. There is a fairly decent wild population. Both of those species are seen fairly routinely. It does get stalked by pen-raised birds in the fall, but there is a wild component. The California quail are down there. People also do waterfowl hunt and archery for mule deer, along with some turkeys as well. One thing to think about is that the neighboring landowners on the west-hand side have the same issue. They have tamarisk invading their grazing lands. You know, these are non-crop fields. There is a potential, and we had discussions when I was an NRCS participant, for these folks maybe to enroll in an NRCS program where they're actually removing the tamarisk, spraying the pepperweed with funding from the NRCS, turning it back into pasture land, but for wildlife, you know, where we would hopefully put on a grazing program and just keep it to grazing and nesting cover. So there's that potential as well down the road that we're trying to explore.
Okay. If there's not any more questions, do we have a motion on this project?
I'll make a motion to move it forward for funding.
Okay, we have a motion from Dwayne and a second from
Jack.
Jack. Thank you. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? Say no. Okay, none are opposed, so the motion carries. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on. Project 5740, Kevin Conway Waterfowl Pond Phase 2.
All right, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Awesome. I'm Tom Platero. I'm in the Northeast Region, the impact analysis biologist up here. So if we go, starting at the map section, this is good. So here in this area is the Kevin Conway WMA, and all around the project location, well, more of like to the east, north, and west, there have been various ponds that have been installed on the neighboring tribal lands, and we don't have access to those. And so we've already seen a kind of proof of concept. If we go to the photos section, we can take a look at some of the ponds that have already been installed. So these are some of the ponds that have been installed with another project I think it's about 4 years ago now. These ponds have proven to be successful. They have plenty of traffic there. And so because we've seen this, we're hoping that we can install a pond there in the Kevin Conway WMA and provide habitat for waterfowl and access for sportsmen. If we can go to the documents section, just right there. This is just the pond cross section concept that I've gone over with Sunrise. So we're just looking to get a 3-to-1 slope on the south end, get the embankment on the north end in general, and vary the depth from about 18 inches to about 6 feet deep. I guess now if we can take a look at the finance, highlight a couple of those things. So in the first phase, I've been working with Sunrise Engineering and working with the Army Corps of Engineers just to get a plan set down for the pond for this upcoming phase, hoping that we can get the construction done in the fall, and then get the wetland sod as well as the seed all planted the following April of 2022. We believe that'll be a successful project and hopefully get a lot of traffic there for the waterfowl. If there's any questions, happy to take them.
All right, thank you, Tom. Good presentation. Do we have a motion on this project?
I move that we tentatively approve the project for funding.
Thank you, Jack.
I'll second that, Dwayne.
Okay, we have a motion from Jack and a second from Dwayne. Thank you.
Thank you.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're 10:23. We say we take a 10-minute break at this point, and then we'll move on to our Northern Region folks for a large group of presentations. We'll try to move those along at a good clip. We do kind of have a hard stop at 12 noon. Justin will need to take some time at that point. So let's be back here in 10 minutes at 10:35. Thanks.
Hey, Eric, my 12 o'clock meeting just got canceled, so, you know, it's up to you and Tyler. We can just keep pushing through.
Yeah, we're gonna push all the way through with no lunch. I'm kidding.
I came
Yeah.
prepared.
Okay. Very good. Thanks, Justin. One more minute and we'll start back up. All right. We are at 10:35. We're going to get going again here. So look to see if we have all of our council members back. Okay. All right. Thanks, everybody. Okay, our next project. Project number 5353, Freeport Drain, Wetlands-Engineering Phase and Water Quality Monitoring from Northern Region. Go ahead.
Hi guys, Mike Calendrianis here with Nature.
Hey Mike, you're cutting in and out quite a bit, and I'm not catching really anything that you're saying.
Sorry, I'll try to slow down. Is that any better?
Yeah. Yep. And be close to your mic, and I think that'll probably.
So I'll start over again real quick. Mike Calendrianis, Nature Conservancy, Great Salt Lake Shoreland Preserve Manager, Legacy Nature Conserve, and ISSR, and a little one, Willa, North Point, about 700 acres there. Get to this project. Freeport Drain is a stormwater drain that runs from the Freeport Center in Clearfield through Clearfield City and through Layton, and then discharges into the Great Salt Lake, into Legacy or Great Salt Lake Shoreland Preserve, and then eventually makes its way to state sovereign lands. Why don't we just jump to the images real quick? Great Salt Lake Shoreland Preserve is about 4,700 acres. This is the proposed site. This is grassland pasture. It's under a conservation easement held by the Utah Department of Ag. You can see some of the trash there. We can move to the next slide. This is the Freeport drain. That's a 36-inch ADS culvert there used for crossing. That's after one storm event. We use that to move the cattle back and forth between the pastures. Next slide, please. This is the water control structure that we want to replace. So this project, what I'm asking for funding for is to finish the engineering. This structure has already been designed and engineered. We need some additional funding to finish all the engineering for the whole project. Can you jump? Well, we'll finish these slides real quick. Go ahead, next one. This is the Freeport drain where it daylights out of a pipe system during a storm event. Next slide. This is where it daylights the same day. Next slide. Now this is, I want to kind of, and I'll get into this. This is another storm drain approximately a mile to the west. This is a detention pond that Davis County constructed a number of years ago. This is 2 years of silk that's going into the wetlands. This is it slows it down and then deposits the silk, and then the county comes and dredges the materials. They usually do it once a year, but this last year they missed it, so this is past fall. Next slide. Same one. Okay, there should be one more. Oh, go to images other or documents other. Jordan River. Very bottom one. Click on that real quick. This is a trash boom that was installed on the Legacy Nature Preserve. I'm just using this as reference. This is on the kind of a project mainly funded by Salt Lake County. They put that in. That's keeping trash from going to Farmington Bay and out to the Great Salt Lake and stuff like that. And then the county comes and dredges the material. They monitor it with some cameras and then have field guys come out. I just want to show that. Go to the one that says a pool exhibit. Pool Freeport drain wetlands full pool. Can't say that. Down. There you go. Look down. Not that one. Keep going. One more down, two more downs. Right there. So this is what we want to create. We received some funding from Utah Wetlands Foundation, about $8,000 a number of years ago. We started doing the engineering on it. We've actually spent with their funds about $25,000. We had an in-kind donation from the engineering firm. He must have been slow at the time. He donated $26,000 design. That's a 24-acre open water pond. So what we're planning on doing is diverting stormwater coming out of there into this pond, constructing the levees around it. There'll be about 11 water control structures when it's fully built. So what I'm asking for is the funding to finish the engineering and design. The design of that is actually so we can take this stormwater.
Hey, Mike, let me stop you there really quick. So you're still breaking up quite a bit. Maybe slowing down was helping out, and maybe try doing that again.
I apologize.
It's okay.
So if you go to the map of the project,
Yeah, now we're not hearing you at all.
Can can you go to the map of the project area?
Yeah, now we're not hearing you at all, Mike.
I haven't said anything yet.
Oh.
Okay, there we go. Usually people say I'm too loud, so so that's the map of the area. What we're trying to accomplish with this project is we're going to divert the water out of the Freeport drain, hopefully capture a lot of floatables, the silt that's coming that, then reroute it back into the system that goes to the freshwater zone that's on state property. Our concern is that if we allow, right now, the Freeport drain is pretty much a straight ditch going down to the freshwater zones. You can see the ponds down to the south on the state land control right there in that yellow area at the very bottom. Those are all what used to be called the West Layton Marsh freshwater ponds. And our concern is if we keep allowing this drain to go straight down there, it's going to feel like that. And I'm using my lifetime experience here. I'm saying we probably have lost about 40% of those freshwater zones since I was a kid. I lived still near, close to the preserve. You can see all those ponds there. We did a similar project like this with Ducks Unlimited on Case Creek with the same goal. We've done another project with Caseville City with the same goal, and a couple smaller projects with Layton City. So what we're going to try to do, the monitoring part of it, is we want to actually see if we're accomplishing anything. No one is taking jurisdiction over the water once it enters the wetland. Clearfield City doesn't do any monitoring. Layton City doesn't do any monitoring. Davis County Health Department doesn't. So what we want to do is purchase some monitoring equipment. We'll put it where the water daylights out of the pipe, and then have some equipment once it leaves the marsh. We have two potential funding sources. We're hoping to hear in the next few months on to cover the construction costs. So hopefully I won't be back asking for money for construction. One's a private corporation, and the other one is actually UDOT, and it'll be part of what we're trying to do is use it for mitigation for the highway. They're going to have to treat storm water coming off the North Davis corridor, which will be built to the north of the project. I'm going to just turn it over to questions. I think that'll be the best way to answer some of your concerns.
I have a question. It's located quite close to the visitor center and the boardwalk there and all of that. Will this area be able to be hunted?
The answer is no. The pond itself won't be hunted. We allow access right the gate entering to the visitor center. We allow hunters to. So if you see the road coming down 3200, and then there's a right there, right.
Mm-hmm.
We allow hunters to park at not in the parking lot of the visitor center. We don't allow them to access the boardwalk, but they can walk to the west, right where it says 3200 west on the map. They can park outside the gate there, walk to the west, and then walk down to state sovereign lands. And then the property directly west of the site is actually enrolled in WR, or a walk-in access program with WR. So we have other access points throughout the preserve. About 2,700 acres of the preserve is actually open to hunting out of the 47. So this is basically going to be, once the pond's constructed, it's going to be a rest area for the waterfowl. Actually, if you scroll up on that map to the north, And right there, see that pond just to the east right there? That's a smaller pond we did with Layton City. There was probably 24 swans on it yesterday. So everything around 3,200 and the visitor center is part of our closed area to hunting.
Okay.
Any other questions for Mike on this project?
Yeah, I have a question, Mike. It may just be tangentially related, but in terms of access, how feasible is it for hunters to have access through those areas? In other words, are they so choked in with Phragmites or things that it's just, practical matter impossible to, to get through it on to the other side, or how does that stand?
If you go back to the map, actually everything down to that in the area of the project, we have a marsh master. I rolled pretty much, and I hope Jason's not mad at me. I did it on state sovereign land. We went all the way down to those ponds. So we're treating Phragmites down, and we're using that north boundary of those ponds as kind of our treat area. So, so we were last spring. I rolled all that frag and got really. Will I walk it today at my age? No. Most of the hunters that I've interviewed down there are, well, some of them were my age, and that, but a lot younger hunters. Opening day, I had 12 vehicles down there. It's a far cry from back in the 80s. There's probably over 100 vehicles down there in that area. And on opening day, I get pretty dedicated hunters that are probably hunting it on 2 gentlemen every Friday. They're out there. A few other people I've talked to pretty much hunt it more regularly around the Christmas time towards the end of the hunt. Colder weather. Good pheasant hunting on the west side. Actually, all through the preserve, there's really good pheasant hunting. I know I got a pheasant forever guy in there, so I'll throw that.
And would this project block any access that currently exists for hunters?
No.
Okay, any other questions from the council on this project? Maybe before we ask for a motion on this, I would just mention, we have through all of our funding programs, and I guess Justin can maybe speak to this, or Blair. This council funds habitat, and not all of it will have direct access for hunting and fishing, but if they benefit the species for hunting and fishing, that's kind of what we're looking for here, if it's enough benefit. And so just because we might fund a project doesn't always mean that will mean access. In this case, I think we're seeing that there still is a fair amount of access and benefit to waterfowl and even upland game here, but in my opinion, but that's for the council to decide. That's just my view of how we use this funding. Projects doesn't always mean access. Sometimes it's more just about habitat and the species for hunting and or fishing.
Eric, I've got a question, and maybe it's for Jason Jones as a contributor to this project. It seems to me that if we fund this, we'd essentially be funding almost like a rest pond for waterfowl here. And we have rest ponds on a lot of our properties, so I don't have any qualms with that. I just wonder, given the makeup of that WMA, do we need more rest ponds in there? What kind of balance do we have for rest ponds are currently on and adjacent that WMA, Jason?
Well, I think rest ponds are great. I don't want to be the yes or no man on Mike's project. I will mention, I mean, Mike didn't mention that they're a good cooperator. They just signed up for quite a bit of walk-in access management on their property over there. And rest area is always good. Now, I'm not sure I want to be the guy that says yes or no, we should fund this project, but
yeah, and Jason, it wasn't intended to be a loaded question. It's just, I know in working with WMAs, a lot of times we have a lot of conversations about, should we have more rest ponds? Do we have too many?
I mean,
that type of stuff.
We'll throw it out this way, like the New State Duck Club hunts their club 3 days a week, and I think our public hunters get probably some good shooting on the right day because of the way that they rest their club. But you know, do I want to put that project ahead of anything that the state waterfowl management areas might need to, you know, fulfill our duties? I wouldn't want to do that, but I think a rest area and habitat for birds is a smart decision in improving water capability.
Yeah, Jason, I'm not trying to put you in a weird spot, just trying to get some information on it.
So that's how I would feel about it. You know, I mean, I think a rest area for birds and a place for them to feed and get away from hunters and stick around is great. So I guess that's what we would say about it. So,
like you said, there is a fair amount of access there and a fair amount of hunting that occurs over there in that vicinity.
Yeah, I mean, the Nature Conservancy has been really good to allow public access on their property when they don't need to. So,
Pheasants Forever has 2 small projects out there further down by the Kaysville Pond part of this property, and it's amazing how many people hunt out there. I mean, it's one of the very few places. I mean, the WMAs are there also, but look at the city population around it, and that city population is just going to keep infringing on that Nature Conservancy property. But I mean, it's the only place a lot of people have to go, and their neighbor, you know, it's close to their home. They hunt pheasants there. They hunt waterfowl there. It's managed well. It's a good property. The more habitat on that property, the better.
Just from a water quality perspective, I think that if there's a way to capture that stormwater and make it usable for wildlife, I think that's going to be a broader benefit to the kind of the greater Great Salt Lake ecosystem. I think that you know, looking at how that stormwater channel works right now, it's basically just directing flow right into the lake without any sort of mechanism for, you know, reducing nutrient pollution or anything like that. So I think, you know, this constructed wetland, I think even though it's not huntable specifically, I think it would have a broader benefit for the waterfowl and just the general Great Salt Lake ecosystem.
and Paul, I'll just add, like, Paul's totally on point there. I mean, and this is kind of a Phragmites improvement project too. If we can capture the water and then just not dump stormwater into the wetland, I mean, it helps us with vegetation management too. I would say so.
Yeah, that's great insight, everybody. Eric, I think with that, I'll make the motion that we tentatively approve it for funding consideration.
Okay, we
I'll
have
second.
Motion
Can
from Jeff and a second from Paul, and we have a further question.
Yeah, sorry. This question would probably more directed to Dwayne and Jack. When I put in the split for the Habitat Council, I did it at 20/80, but maybe there's a better suggestion of the split between upland and waterfowl.
You know, I would defer to Mike on what he thinks the relative benefit is for waterfowl and upland.
I would leave it at the 80-20.
I agree with that.
Okay, we have a motion from Justin and a second from Paul, correct?
I think Lisa has a question before we take a vote, Eric.
Thank you. It was just the motion from Justin. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa, for checking on that. Okay, any further discussion on this project and on the motion specifically now that we have one? Okay, if not, we'll take a vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Say no and raise your hand. Okay, none opposed. The motion carries. Thank you, Mike.
Hey, Eric,
Yes.
I've had an email wondering about the broadcasting of this meeting. Have you had any updates on that?
The only update that we got was from Michael saying that he's recording the meeting, and so it's not being broadcast live because they were having technical issues. But it is being recorded and will be posted very soon after the meeting is finished.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. All right, we'll move on to our next project. We'll try to speed these up maybe a little bit. 5641 Upland Habitat Enhancement, Vegetation Management, Wildlife Technicians, Salt Creek Public Shooting Grounds, WMA. I have a feeling we're going to hear from Chad.
Yeah, thanks, Eric. Chad Cranny here, manager of Salt Creek Public Shooting Grounds and Locomotive Springs. Daniel, if you can go to the document section, I had a quick PowerPoint to go ahead and show here. And I had a lot I want to show, so I'll try and get through this as quick as possible. So this is our upland enhancement and technician request for Salt Creek and Public Shooting Grounds. In the past, these two have been broken out into two proposals, but this year we decided to combine them since basically our technicians do the majority of the work that we're proposing in this upland enhancement. So I'll go through a couple of the projects and activities that the Habitat Council has funded in the past and that we are proposing to continue with this year's request. Next slide. So here's a few pics of some of the shrub rows that we've planted over the past few years. These new plantings have consisted anywhere from 200 to 500 new shrubs with a mix of golden currant, wild rose, buffalo berry, pea shrub. We have a total of about 6 of these shrub row areas, including these newer ones and a couple that are older and have been planted in the past. And our technicians do a lot of the planting, irrigating, spraying the weeds, and just maintaining these shrub rows. This upcoming year, we're not planning on any new plantings, but we are planning on planting some shrubs to fill in some gaps in some of these older plantings. Next slide. We also do a number of wheat plantings, wheat fields. Typically, we plant about anywhere from 4 to 6 different fields every year. They range anywhere from about a ½ acre in size up to about 5 acres. And again, this involves mowing, disking, drilling in the seed in the fall. And then in the spring, we kind of evaluate these fields, see if they need any weed spraying before the wheat matures. Go ahead to the next slide. And then something else we've been playing with over the past couple of years and that I've been pretty excited about is planting some millet in some of our ponds. We've identified a few ponds that aren't as productive as we'd like them to be as far as food goes and as bird use goes. But we've been drying out a pond in the summer and planting a mix of golden millet and Japanese millet. And as you can see from these pics, it's done a really good job, better than I actually thought it was going to be, and provides a really abundant food source. Typically, you know, again, we go in, lightly disc the area after we drain it, broadcast seed and fertilizer, and then set up irrigation that we run once a week. Then once the duck hunt opens, we pull this irrigation, flood the pond, and watch the birds go to town. They're really liking this. So something we're going to try this year, if you look at those pictures at the top there, you can see that this was an area that we did not disc up, but a lot of the seed fell into those cracks in the mud. So we're actually going to bypass the disking part of this project and try and just plant it over that cracked mud. From what I've seen, I think it's going to do real good and kind of take a step out of the process here. Go ahead to the next slide. We also plant about 4 acres of a millet sorghum mix in what we call our wheel line field. You can see in the background of that picture on the right is some of our shrub rows that we planted in the past. Again, this involves mowing, disking, spreading soil amendments and fertilizers, and then irrigating throughout the summer. This year, we are proposing to expand this to another 3-acre field that will require another pump and some more irrigation supplies. Go ahead to the next one. So we also do some perennial plantings with a native perennial upland seed mix. We typically try and plant anywhere from 75 to 100 acres a year. And we've kind of switched gears on how we're implementing these plantings and the techniques used. As with a lot of other places, we have a ton of annual grasses that are a problem. And so we met with Great Basin Research Center folks about a year ago, a little over a year ago, to kind of look at how we can better address these annual grasses. And what we're doing now is spraying these fields in the fall with plateau, and then letting them lie fallow during the summer, spraying them with glyphosate if need be in the summer, and then planting them the following fall. So it's basically a year-long process to get these fields planted, but it should help us out, like I say, try and get rid of some of these invasive annual grasses a little bit better for these upland plantings. Unfortunately, I will say that we did not get this area sprayed last fall with plateau, and that is why we are not asking for purchase any seed this upcoming year. We feel like we really need to follow these steps before we actually plant that seed. Go on to the next slide. So we also rely heavily on our technicians to help us out with our Phragmites project, mainly during our herbicide application portion of the project. And over the past 2 years, we've been able to cover just over 5,000 acres per year with our ground equipment. And again, without the help of our technicians, we just couldn't cover that much ground. Next slide. So some of the other duties our technicians participate in include water management, banding, fencing, maintenance and construction, a few other facility maintenance items, lots and lots of weed spraying, predator trapping, cleaning fish screens, and things of that nature. Next slide. Then I just want to point out that we've also acquired some new property in between Salt Creek and public shooting grounds from the Jensen family. In that map there, it's outlined in the light green, about 1,200 acres. And, you know, we need to start looking at doing some work on this property, lots of weed spraying, and possibly expanding some of these plantings and whatnot. Go ahead to the next slide. Actually, instead of looking at this, let's go back into the finance section of the database. So if you look at the personal services request, which is maybe down a little bit more. Yeah, right there, 29. We're asking for 29,000 this year. Typically in the past, we've asked for 20,000, which gives us 2 technicians for about 4 months. With all the activities I presented on, and continued expansion of some of our WMAs and expansion of some of these projects, we're really finding it hard to get done everything we need to get done. So we're asking for $9,000 more this year. And that would supply us 2 technicians for a total of 6 months. As I mentioned, we didn't get some of the stuff sprayed we wanted to. Also with our spring weeds, we have about 2,000 acres of uplands between Salt Creek and public shooting grounds. We're only getting about 600 acres of that ground sprayed. So we really need these technicians a little bit longer to help us out with a lot of this stuff. If you want to scroll down to the funding portion real quick. So we have a contribution from SFW of 15,000. That's mostly to help pay for that new pump and some new irrigation supplies. And then 2,500 from Habitat Council, and the rest PR dollars we're asking for. And that's about all I had. So I'll open it up for any questions.
Hi, Chad. Thanks for the great presentation. Just a couple of questions. The new property that you're requiring from the 1,200 acres, I think you said, does that come with water rights? Are you going to be able to flood any portion of that? Or?
So there's no water rights with that property purchase, no. And hopefully I'll get a chance to talk about another project later on that can hopefully help us get some water over there.
Yeah, I would say it doesn't come with water, but we're working on it, right?
Yeah, we're working on it. Plus there's the potential during certain times of year, especially spring runoff and in the fall when some of the irrigation subsides and we're getting a little more water, that we can put some water into these areas and have some ephemeral wetlands certain times of the year. So
another question. I didn't see anything about Locomotive Springs. Is there anything that can be done out there, or is it just too water starved to do much?
It's a great question. And depressingly enough, it is just too water starved. I mean, there was absolutely no water getting out into the wetland impoundments this past summer. And in fact, when I was out there this winter, all the springs had frozen over, which I haven't seen since I've been up here, which basically just tells you there's no water coming out of those springs anymore. So not a lot of plans to do a ton of work out there. As far as improving the habitat, it's just, we need more water before we can do much.
And were you able to, I heard somebody mention that there was a lot more use of the WMAs this past season around the Great Salt Lake. Was that true in public shooting grounds and Salt Creek as well? And if so, how much of an increase did you see?
Yeah, I don't have hard numbers on that. We did do some car counts throughout the season. I don't know if Blair, if you've been able, I don't know if he's on here yet or not, but I don't know if he's been able to put that together and see what the usage was. But just from an observational standpoint, yeah, every year there's more and more people using these WMAs for sure. Not only hunters, but non-traditional users as well, and bird watchers and other recreationists as well.
Thanks.
You bet.
Okay, before we jump into a motion, I want to say thanks, Chad, for putting that presentation together. That was really good, showing us kind of what you've been doing there, and then mentioning, you know, the land deal that we'd worked on. That was partially funded, or is being partially funded through Habitat Council. That was approved last fiscal year, last term. As you might recall, we kind of had tacked this project on, and we are using our current year money on that project, and you know, we're grateful to the Jensen family for working with us to help us out, and essentially joining these two waterfowl management areas together for both waterfowl and upland benefit is a pretty good thing to see happen. Any other questions on this project before we have a motion? All right, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to tentatively approve this for funding consideration, and just compliment you on your great job on the presentation, Chad.
Thank you.
I'll second that and motion.
Okay, we have a motion from Paul. We have a second from Dwayne. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no and raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you, Chad. Appreciate the good work and the good presentation. All right. 5651 Ogden Bay WMA Upland Wetland Enhancement. I bet this is Rich.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity to be here. I prepared a little PowerPoint because I just wanted to thank the council for some previous projects that we've had. And so I just included some slides and I wanted to just briefly touch on them. So next slide. Next slide. So the Harold Crane WMA project, I think that was FY19. It was a great project out there where we basically had over 13,000 linear feet of channel that had been silted in over time. And we went in and cleaned the channel. Next slide. As you can see, the contractor used a variety of methods, from the hoe to a truck that was transporting it to other areas that we needed the silt, and then they were shaping it well. And on the right there, you see the nice photo of the over 13,000 linear foot channel. We used the material to rebuild the dike as well. So pretty bulletproof dike now, and it allows hunters to get down all the way to the end really, really easy. But more importantly, it allows us to manage the water much better. Next slide. Another one that we've had, it's kind of been an ongoing with our shrub complex. We're trying to create a lot more upland habitat out here. You know, with our shrubs, we try to do it associated with good water sources. We put in the V ditch, and then we get a lot of volunteers out to help us plant. Next slide. We've planted over 10,000 trees and shrubs in the last 4 years. And the slide on the left, those were some small 1 gallon size plants and shrubs and trees that we planted in 2016. You can see they're pretty well established and growing well. So we always get a great turnout from sportsmen and people that want to give back to the resource. And we use that as a match for this project as well. Next slide. Okay, the water control structure project that we also did in 2019 has been an incredible project for Ogden Bay, well, for all the areas, because there were structures replaced on Harold Crane, Howard-Sioux, and Harold Crane. This is what they looked like. There were over 80 water control structures that had failed. They were either collapsed or they had rotted through, so it was just a constant flow, so we couldn't manipulate the water level. Next slide. With that project, this is just a picture of the hose putting the new ones in, and then the great water flow that has been produced on the other side. It was awesome for us because we actually we hired an engineer to engineer or to shoot levels, elevations, and whatnot. And what we had over time, we had maintenance crew that was that had kind of a philosophy that if the water control structure was in at a certain elevation, then they'd go a little deeper with the next one, and thinking that it would get better flow. And all we were doing is we were having them silt in, and then we weren't getting any flow. And most of these water control structures were actually lifted 18 to 24 inches, and now you can see how awesome the flow is. It's incredible from a management perspective when we want to drought stress, being able to shut it off, and then in the fall when we want to flood everything. The coverage we're getting is just incredible. And the bird use that we are also getting is fantastic. So, next slide. Okay, so for this project, I've got pictures of technicians and the importance of them doing things. I mean, like Chad said, everything in this project, pretty much a technician is necessary to help us succeed. So do everything from building carpet exclosures to building fences around parking lots. Next slide. To helping with the Phragmites project, and then with our irrigated food plots, they are absolutely necessary. Next slide. They pick Dyer's load, and then another picture of them getting stuck. I mean, we do a good job of teaching them how not to get stuck, and they teach us how the silly ways that they can get stuck. So next slide. In 2020, we had 8 fields that were irrigated, consisting of about 30 acres. We went anywhere from 1 acre up to, I think, 8 acres. Basically what we do when we choose those is we see where there's good weed growth, take a soil sample, add the necessary soil soil amendments, and then plant. So next slide. Picture of that same field that was growing, and then the final product is absolutely incredible millet and sorghum mix, and then there's some Pheasants Forever mix in there as well. So it was great. It was highly utilized by hunters last year, and you know, because there were so many pheasants in it. So next slide. We also planted a little bit extra corn. In 2019, we had that really big snowstorm in November that dumped like 25 inches on us, and it flattened all of our sorghum and millet mixes. So we kind of had the idea that if we planted a little bit of corn, it would stand up to the snow a little better and at least provide some kind of habitat. So it was incredible. I mean, you see that ear of corn, it provided a lot of feed for, you know, both blackbirds and slide. Next slide. Okay, and then part of this project is also tree and shrub planting. We're asking for some money, and this is just some more pictures of technicians and volunteers doing it. Next slide. And then perennial seed planting. This in 2020, we planted our normal 100 acres, and then as hot and dry as it was, believe it or not, that was, I think, November 16th, where that cloud of dust is. And then it stayed so dry that on the left, let's see, next slide. On the left, that was like December 15th. So we planted an extra 40 acres than we normally would just because we had the conditions to do it and everything we needed. So it has been great getting the equipment from GBRC. I think drilling it more successful than broadcasting, but in December we couldn't get it, so we just broadcast. So we'll have a good comparison this year with success. Next slide. Daniel, if you want to go back to the WRI and not use these, you can. To go through the budget. Okay, we're asking for $70,000. And let's see. Okay, so like Chad went over the technician stuff, the $29,000. We're trying to be consistent on all three areas and ask for that increase for technician time, just because we've got so much added stuff. Colton Anderson and I are now in charge of 55,000 acres with Willard Spur. So we're spread thin, and if we can get that extra couple months of help, that would be a huge advantage to us. Can you go up a little bit? Let's see here. Is this mine or is this This is Salt Creeks. Okay, thank you. So the $9,500, that's to rent 2 tractors. We're doing so much work out here that these tractors are on a 6-month lease, and we try to get some overlap in September and October when we're working ground down and planting and mowing. And then we need a technician vehicle. The seed we're getting from GBRC is about $6,000. And then we're putting that much money in soil amendments as well to give that seed a good chance to grow. We're going through a lot of fuel for the tractors and the pumps to get the product that we are. So there's $4,500 in there for that. Rather than doing an extra project, we've kind of just combined our tree and shrub project into this as well. So $10,000 for trees and shrubs. And then we just include a little bit for maintenance in there. So then funding for this project. Pheasants Forever has donated seed to us. And then talking to Troy with SFW, they'll cover the match. And then for those tree plantings, we use the volunteer in kind as match for that. So We're asking for $80,000 there. Are there any questions?
I have one project, Rich. This is Drew. I have a more general question. I think all of the work that you guys are doing on the WMAs for Upland and Waterfowl are really well done. It's more of a kind of a procedural question. With all the work that's being done, I hear that, there's a lot of birds using it, or I saw more pheasants this year, but I haven't heard of some monitoring system that we have in place that can tell us what the best project is, what's working, what's not, and how well it's working. And I'm wondering if there is a monitoring program that is in place that I'm not aware of, or is that something you guys have discussed?
I do a lot of photo monitoring just to just document the projects, but as far as to take the time and monitor like that, we just don't have it. But the next project that I'll be presenting is a habitat specialist position that would give us more time and would include some monitoring to answer that exact question.
I had a question, Rich. That was a great presentation, by the way. What are the carp exposures used for, in what circumstances, and how effective are they?
Jack, we had an idea on the river on the east side of Ogden Bay. The ponds there are all just backfilled from the river. So had an idea that if we put a carp exclosure in when we filled that up, there wouldn't be carp getting in the pond. We'd have clear water, and we'd actually grow some sago there. Hasn't worked as well as we thought, because I don't know if carp burrow like a muskrat or what, but they still managed to get in there past our exclosures, and we've kind of beat our head against the wall trying to figure out where they're getting in. So it hasn't been as successful as we'd hoped, but we've had other projects where it has worked. So we're still working on trying to figure out where they're getting in at.
Okay, thanks.
Rich, I got a quick question for you. Are you asking Habitat Council for any funding?
No, just PR dollars.
Okay.
Yeah, we run it through Habitat Council to get the approval to assist with the PR request.
Yep, I just want to make sure. So great job, by the way, Rich. Did well.
Thank you.
Great use of dollars, I think, and good presentation.
Thanks, man.
The other thing that we've done in the past is sportsman's dollars used on projects that aren't reviewed through the WRI process are reviewed here.
Yeah, it just allows us to have a public part of the process for all the sources of funding. So, okay, any other questions for Rich? All right, seeing none, we have a motion.
I'll make a motion to tentatively approve the project.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion from Dwayne and we have a second from Jack. All in favor, say aye.
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 If there are any opposed, say no and raise your hand. All right, seeing none, motion carries. Thank you, Rich. Appreciate the time and the slides and showing us what's been going on there. It helps us all to really see, where all of the money that gets put on the ground goes, and you guys are doing great work. So
thank you.
Okay. And maybe you're up next for 5696 Habitat Specialist position. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I've worked with Heather Talley and Charlie Holtz and Troy Justinson on this. Where we're getting so much more acreage to manage, we don't have the time to do the amazing job that we want to on all of it. So, and then with limited FTE availability, we're kind of thinking outside the box here, teaming up with SFW and Pheasants Forever to get another position that would help out with what we're doing. So basically this, if we think back to the slide that we showed of the technicians doing all of the work they're doing, And then our shrub rows and our irrigated fields and our perennial plantings. This habitat specialist position will be able to allow us to expand everything that we're doing out here and provide more habitat for the wildlife and more opportunity for hunting. And basically what we've done is Heather broke down what personal service, what the cost will be, but this will be for year one of a proposed 3-year project. Pheasants Forever has these positions all over the nation. There's some in Montana. There's a lot more like Ohio, Kansas, more Midwest, but it's a way for us to get an extra position in there to help us succeed, and it's great for Pheasants Forever, and SFW stepped up to the plate to match what SFW had put in as well. I don't know how much more detail I need to go into that because it's right along. And in addition to what helping us during the growing season on the WMAs, that individual will help with quail trapping and turkey trapping. And there's already money being spent on those positions on technicians that'll go year to year. So if we get a 3-year position in there, I think we'll get more efficiency from that position. And we're just kind of bundling the money that's already spent on that position into this one. So I think it's a win-win situation. We're not asking for Habitat Council dollars. Again, we're just asking for PR dollars. And this position will also help out on Salt Creek and public shooting grounds. And if Farmington Bay needs anything as well, could actually expand out to some of the walk-in access properties too. So I think it's a real win-win for the Northern Region and for what we're doing on the waterfowl management areas.
Rich, oh, sorry,
ahead.
Eric. I had just a quick question about this. Would you anticipate this person being a Pheasants Forever employee, basically?
Yes, so it will be a Pheasants Forever employee. So that way we're not taking a state FTE.
Mm-hmm.
So all benefits are coming through Pheasants Forever. And, we're just looking for that 25% match, or we got that 25% match commitment from SFW and Pheasants Forever. So they're sharing the expense. So SFW wants to be involved in the hiring process since they've got some skin in the game. And then, it'll be supervised by DWR.
So we've modeled something similar up in the Northeast region, a cost share position, and it's really working out really well. And I think this is a really good model to be able to fill some of those capacity gaps that we have.
Awesome.
I have a question. Hopefully this is somewhat related, but will this person, you mentioned doing studies, will this person be engaged in any studies of, the effectiveness of different management strategies or like nest success or anything else?
Well, I think that's the advantage of teaming up with Pheasants Forever, because I'm sure they have some models for that. And having that extra position we don't currently, I would certainly love to explore that. So we're maximizing the potential of what we do in every aspect. Charlie, can you shed some light on that?
Certainly. Yeah, my name's Charlie Holtz, out of Vernal, and I started my career with Pheasants Forever up in Montana as a habitat specialist. Very similar to this position. It was sponsored by the state up there. I was a Pheasants Forever employee, taking direction from my state representative, using their equipment and them directing me, along with input from the funding partners. So the chapters, Pheasants Forever chapters, other stakeholders, helping to direct, those work actions. It was a really great situation because that person's a full-time employee with Pheasants Forever, able to work those shoulder seasons and year-round where, you're not training a seasonal position each year. So there was a lot more acres of habitat done on the ground in that position that I was at. And I know Rich has a lot lot of acres to touch as well. So it'll keep them busy.
On the funding of this, just to make it clear, they're talking about Pheasants Forever National. He's going to be an employee of Pheasants Forever, the national, the big overlord of Pheasants Forever. This $7,427 is coming from the 2 Utah chapters. There's a chapter in Logan and a chapter in Salt Lake City that's kicking in this matching fund. So you not only have National Pheasants Forever involved, you also have the local Utah chapters involved in this, which I think makes it even better for everybody involved.
It's a great collaboration. Other comments?
Yeah, I just have one other comment, and I don't know to whom this should best be directed, but can we use Habitat Council funds or PR funds to, help do the kinds of, studies in terms of marsh productivity or wetland productivity and the success of different strategies? Is that an appropriate use? I'm hoping it is, but I just, I'm wondering if that fits within the limitations of the Habitat Council or PR funds.
Probably not within PR funds. We'll have to double check on Habitat Council funds unless Daniel or Danny have any additional information on that.
I guess I'd defer to Blair on the PR grant, how it's written in their PR grant, whether or not those activities are written into it.
Say, this is Blair. It currently isn't, but it certainly could be. We're in the process of doing the grant right now for FY22. We have conducted a lot of research on many other species, game species in the past with PR, so I'm sure it could be. We would just have to include it in the grant.
Now, from a research perspective, we typically don't fund research projects with Habitat Council money. But as Blair has indicated, it's much more possible and probable with PR money. As far as monitoring is concerned, that's not necessarily a research project. We'll have to double check on that maybe.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say, Eric. There's a difference between research and monitoring.
Right.
And I think what's being asked here is for monitoring efforts. Right. And so if that's the case, we can monitor vegetation, we can monitor nest success, we can do all that stuff where it revolves around population demographics and growth rates and those types of things. But if we were to fund our own research project, that would probably need a separate grant.
Right.
Okay, thanks.
Great. Any other questions about this project? All right. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to tentatively approve for funding.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion from Dwayne and a second from Jack. All in favor, say aye.
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 Are there any opposed? Say no and raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, the motion carries. Thank you. And I appreciate also the creative way of continually looking to collaborate with partners and specifically Pheasants Forever and SFW on this. It's a great way to do this. And we're doing this all across our agency with lots of other partners. And so it just makes a lot of sense. So, all right, we're at 11:36. We're going to try to push through the rest of these for Northern Region before 12. So we'll try to keep some of them short, although Jason with Farmington Bay, yeah, you'll be allowed a little bit more time because it's a bigger project. So, all right, 5701 Northern WMA Carp Control. Go ahead.
All righty, guys. Thanks for having me today. My name's Colton Anderson. I manage the Wheeler Spur WMA, and I'm Rich's assistant at Ogden Bay, Harold Crane, and Howard Slough as well. I think you guys have probably seen this before, or at least heard me talk about it in years past. This project for carp control is one that we ask for every year. It directly relates to our wildlife action plan by eradicating populations of non-native, invasive, and problematic species, which carp most certainly are. Next slide. So every year, us managers get together. We talk about which area, which WMA is having the most problem with carp and where we want to do a rotenone treatment. By working together as a team, we've been treating these as a full group instead of just area specific. And by doing that, we've been able to get a lot more ponds or impoundments treated at once for a lot larger kill. And I think our length of the kill is lasting a little bit longer by doing this as well. Next slide. So carp are an issue for us because their feeding habits make the water extremely turbid, which doesn't allow for good photosynthesis to occur and our SAV, submergent aquatic vegetation, to grow like we need it. You can see from some of these photos how big these carp get. You can imagine thousands of these in an impoundment swimming around and feeding, just making the water murky as could be. It really makes for poor SAV production. So next slide. In this picture here, you can really see how turbid and murky the water is. There is some sago coming up through, but compared to the picture to the right, where it's a nice green, lush, matte sago all the way through, that's really what we're after and what the migrating waterfowl need. Next slide. So here's another picture of sago. You can kind of see it's grassy, long plant that grows in the water, produces some seeds, just utilized by waterfowl all the way through, whether it's the plant itself, the seed it produces, or invertebrates and bugs that are within its system. Rich has a good quote here. He told me when I first started with the division and my first rotenone treatment, a good treatment can be the best, most beneficial thing we do in our marshes throughout a whole working season. Really draws the waterfowl in and helps our productivity for what we're after for waterfowl anyway. Next slide. So this is on the treatment. You can see we set up barrels. We can call these drip systems. They're a little bit lengthy. They tend to drip from 10 to 16 hours in an area, and it really has a good kill ratio on the carp. It's a slow process. If we feel like we need to recharge the barrels and let them go longer, it just keeps a small proportion of rotenone in the system, affecting the carp and making sure that we kill all of them. We do these treatments in the early spring. We're actually getting ready to do one at Farm Day in a couple of weeks. We do it right now because our water's drawn down as low as possible for our so that we don't damage our water control structures. And yeah, anyways, that consolidates all the carp in the smaller spot, and our treatments are a lot more successful by doing it that way in that time of year. Next slide. So here are the results from some of the treatment. You can see how effective the rotenone is. It really hammers the carp, kills them, takes thousands and thousands of pounds of fish out of the system. And next slide. Ends up resulting in excellent sago pondweed. Here you can see how clear the water is and just those nice lush mats of sago and submergent vegetation throughout our system. So next slide. Ultimate results. This leads to amazing bird use, which provides consumptive and non-consumptive users with greater opportunity, whether it's harvesting these birds during the hunt or just providing the birds with what they need to have a successful migration for the year. That's really it. If you want to go to the funding page. This project is also not necessarily for Habitat Council, but we do need the approval for the PR match, which SFW is willing to put the match for us.
All right. Any questions? Okay. Yeah, if there's no project or no questions, do we have a motion on this one?
I move that we approve it tentatively for funding.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion from Jack and a second from Tyler. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any
Thank you,
opposed? If there are any opposed, say no and raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, the motion carries. All right. Okay, 5715. Yep, you're welcome, Colton. Northern Utah's Waterfowl Management Area's Cooperative Long Reach Traco Lease. Go ahead.
So Dave and I actually put a PowerPoint together, and both of our projects are in there. And I saw it there somewhere, if you guys can pull up our PowerPoint. We're going to talk about the Farmington Bay maintenance before we talk about the Traco, if that's all right. I'm Jason Jones. I'm the Farmington Bay manager in the Northern Region, and also Dave England, the assistant manager, sitting here. And I told Dave if I forget something that he should just chime in. So, you know, I've listened to the other guys talk about their areas, and for those of you that haven't been out here, I'm just going to, because they're all a little different. I mean, Rich and Chad have a lot of uplands they can also work on. While Farmington Bay is really urban, and we're about 90% wetlands down here. Can we go to the next slide? So everybody can chill. I'm not going to ask for a ton of money for Teal Lake like I did last year, but I did want to talk about some of the projects that we've had going on over the years that Habitat Council has helped us with. Teal Lake was a footprint of an old dike, and we asked for money back in like 2014 from Habitat Council to build a dike out here and do some, and then, you know, subsequently we did some Phragmites removal. We did not get a great product when that dike was built, and we've been fighting for years rebuilding the dike. On the right, you can see we did do a great job killing Phragmites, rolling it, and then we covered it up with water. If we can go to the next slide. I just want to let you guys know some of the cool things we've been doing out here. For a couple of years, we've been trying to shore up the dike because wind and wave erosion has been really tearing it apart. We've used some of our Upland wetland enhancement money to try to do some hard stem bulrush plugs and some mats. Unfortunately, wind and wave action has beat this thing up so bad that last year we came to Habitat Council and we asked for a big pile of money to do a reconstruction. That hasn't gone as quick as I like. In fact, I think contractor bids are due back today, so I'm kind of anxious to see, you know, what it's going to be. But this is just some of the projects we've been working on out here. If we go to the next slide. This summer, this is just, we've got volunteers out here putting down sod mats and to shore up some of our dike lines. We go to the next slide. So last year, I asked for some money to rebuild our pump house. We have a wellhead out here that was put in 1958, and then there was a pump house that was put in by the manager we had here in the 90s, and the electrical was kind of crazy in there, and then the ground collapsed around it. And this is how Farmington Bay gets water to clean equipment and do herbicide spraying. So we had a successful project. You know, the pump house got rebuilt there. You can see on the right, we've got a nice clean pump house, and we've got water again. So I just wanted to show you guys what had happened there. We can go to the next slide now. So we talked about needing a little bit more technician time out here. We do have some we have some upland planning that we need to do out here, even though we're 90% wetlands. Last year, we kind of sacrificed getting some upland planning done. We just ran out of time because we have so many other projects we had to hit, and our technicians come on in, you know, May, and they're back in school, or we lose funding for them by the end of August, and we just weren't able to do a lot of planning. We threw a picture of Chad in there because we also wanted to, you know, talk about the fact that our technician program is important too, because, you know, people that are technicians become our current supervisor, and that's Chad back in 2008. And if you look close, he had a big smile on his face. Next slide. So I just put this together on GIS. Just all the blue is all our dike lines, and then up on the north end, I highlighted some of the uplands, and that's all the dike lines that we hit in late April and early May. for weed spraying like thistle and hemlock and hoary cress and stuff like that. And that's about 52 miles of dike lines and like 50 or 60 acres of uplands. And when you do the math, it's about 184 acres that we sprayed, and we hit it twice. And we really need our techs to come on earlier and help us. Dave and I got started on that, which is fine. You know, I don't mind going out and spraying, but I should probably be doing some admin stuff. And we did make it happen because we really don't want to lose ground on spraying out here. But that's quite a bit of dike line spraying, and that we really hit twice before June last year. We can hit the next slide. So this is some other stuff that our techs do. I mean, we don't have as much opportunity to do food plots as they might up at Salt Creek or at Ogden Bay, but I mean, we get a lot of hunters and a lot of pressure down here, and we do need some food plots that we can put pin raised pheasants into. And we've got a whole series of shrub rows right there that are irrigated, and the technicians spend a lot of time irrigating there and fixing sprinklers and that kind of stuff. So we can hit the next slide. So this is the guys just doing some stuff that's a little bit more fun. This is Talon and Sean, and they've been here for several years. Talon just graduated at Utah State. Sean wants to be an officer. Both really great guys. They're banding doves there, which is a little bit more of the fun stuff they get to do at times. Hit the next slide. Of course, those guys help us band geese and band ducks, and it's nice to have those young guys who can run after birds, because we all know I'm not doing it anymore. Next slide. So Farmington Bay, we had to figure out a better way to post the rest area. This is just the guys pouring some cement bucket drags, and then we went out in the rest area in the Marsh Master, reposted the rest area last July, and that was a lot of work. Next slide. Here we are, we're pounding posts in and this kind of stuff in the Marsh Master. So this is just some of the projects that we did with our techs last summer. Let's go to the next slide. So Farmington Bay, as Chad kind of hit on, I mean, we're a very, we get a lot of use from the public. We've seen a lot of increased use from people jogging and mountain biking and all that kind of stuff. Last summer, the track team from the high school up the road trespassed over our gates, and they were all running down the dike. So we ripped down all the interior fences, all the gates, and we put up all new stuff with hard to trespass over gates and fence. And, you know, we need those guys to help us do projects like that. Next slide. We have about 280 water control structures out here. The guys go out and build skimmers to skim out the pondweed and that kind of stuff. We send them out to do all kinds of water management. Next slide. This is Sean just fixing some irrigation out there. We can go to the next slide. So for the budget, we're asking for $56,000 in our Farmington Bay maintenance. 7,000 of that is for water control structures or HDPE pipe. Every year we kind of identify some structures that might need to be replaced, and we try to ask for the right amount of money. We're doing pretty good on structures. I can get small 24-inch structures for about $1,000 a piece. But right now, I had to buy a bigger structure with a 64-inch pipe that cost us $6,000. So every year we just try to decide what we might need, and we ask for it. We're asking for $5,000 so we can buy sod mats, hard stem bulrush sod mats. We're asking for $5,000 because we do need to do some upland plantings. As the other guys said, we're asking for $29,000 for technicians so we can have our techs on a little bit longer. $5,000 for vehicle and $1,000 for their uniform. And then Dave and I are also asking for $4,000 for soil amendments that we can, so we can make, you know, that we can put in the soil for upland plantings. You guys have any questions on that project?
It's a great presentation. Thanks, Jason.
Yeah, thanks, Jason. Appreciate that. If there's not any other questions, then we'll look toward the motion maybe.
So this is a motion on 5716, is that correct?
It's 5716, yeah.
Okay. I'll make a motion to tentatively approve this project for funding consideration.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion from Paul and a second from Jack. All in favor, say aye.
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 If there are any opposed, say no and raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, the motion carries. Go ahead with the next one.
Okay, this is our cooperative long reach project. Those of you that don't know a lot about waterfowl, a lot of these dikes were built with a drag line. It would come in and scoop out the silt and bit dikes, and we don't have a drag line anymore, and we don't know anybody who runs drag lines anymore. So now it's a long reach track hoe that does a lot of the work. A lot of our dikes are just earthen dikes. They fall in the water. The wind and wave action makes them fall in the water. These crazy windstorms we have come in and destroy a lot of our dikes. And it'd be great if we had the kind of money where we could cobble all our dikes, or, but we don't. So we have to bring this track hoe in, and we're continually maintaining these areas. Maintaining the infrastructure is everything on our areas. I mean, we can't create habitat without the appropriate infrastructure. So this has been a great project where we share it. Primarily, Ogden Bay and Farmington Bay have, utilized it most. Chad hasn't needed it as much, but Rich and I have been able to get a lot of work done. Some of the work that I've done has to be redone because we have things like that crazy windstorm we had last fall that just, are really causing us a lot of damage. But let's hit the next slide here. This is some stuff Rich has built new impoundments with this. This is some of the work he's been doing up there. This is at Rich's place where they buried the track hoe. That wasn't at my place. So anyway, this is a really important project for us just to maintain the infrastructure of these areas. Next slide. So Chad wanted me to mention that he had put a technician for the maintenance crew in this project, and then he found another route that he wanted to go, so he pulled that out of here. Really, we're just asking for $54,000 of real money. $42,000 of that is for the lease, and then we have $3,000 to transport it around between the areas, and we built $9,000 of fuel in there. And then Rich has some in-kind service from a volunteer that he uses to run that track hoe. But this is a great project where we really need this piece of equipment, and it's great to work with the guys and be able to share it and not have any problems. So that's about all I have for it.
Great, thanks, Jason.
And a picture of us all there, guys.
Yeah. Before we move on to questions, Lisa, you had a hand up.
What project is this?
That is 5715.
Thank you.
All right, any questions for Jason?
I have one, Jason. This is Drew. The only question I have is apparently you've had this piece of equipment historically, at least the last year or two.
Yeah.
Has the cost just gone up, or the use or the demand on that piece of equipment gone up? Why the need to run it through Habitat Council now?
We've been running that through the Habitat Council for the last 3 years. We've been asking for this lease.
Okay.
I think this is the 3rd or 4th year of this project.
Okay. Any other questions? And I guess I would say that, leasing equipment, and maybe Danny can weigh in on this too, but that seems to have become very cost effective, although this one's kind of expensive because it's the long arm, right, Jason?
Yeah, I mean, the lease hasn't gone up, which is nice. Rich leases tractors up there at Ogden Bay, and I wish I was leasing my tractor because, I mean, every year, last year it cost us $2,700 of maintenance to maintain it. And, with that lease, all the service and stuff is covered,
Right.
So I don't know if $42,000 is a good deal or not, but they haven't started charging us more over the last few years,
But specifically on this, looks like our Habitat Council amount is 13.5. Is that correct?
yeah, it should be 75% federal aid and 25% Habitat Council.
All right. Any other questions? Okay, if not, we have a motion.
I'll make that motion, Eric, that we tentatively approve it for funding.
I'll second the motion.
All right, we have a motion from Justin and a second from Jack. All in favor, say aye.
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 If there are any opposed, say no and raise your hand. Okay,
And just so you know, I actually just did the math. The in-kind wasn't included in that 2575. So it actually will bring the Habitat Council portion down by about 3,000. So I'll make that change on the database.
Okay, thanks, Allison. So it brings it down to like 10.5, something like that. Very nice. Okay, we're at 11:58. We got 3 more projects from Northern Region. Let's push through these. 5760 Willard Spur Parking Lot Expansion Project. Go ahead.
All righty, this project will be taking place north of Willard Bay State Park at the Eastern Willard Spur Boat Launch. You can see that's up there where the yellow dot is. Next slide. Quick background, Willard Spur was designated a waterfowl management area after the 2019 legislative session. Management of this area transitioned from Forestry Fire State Lands to the Division of Wildlife. Now that the division is managing this area, we'd like to make quick changes that the public can notice and be beneficial for everyone. And one of the ways we came up with and had a lot of public input would be expanding the parking lot on the east side. Next slide. Willard Spur has 2 access points. The spur is all pretty much boater access. There's not a lot of foot traffic that uses it, but there's an east launch and a west launch. And west launch is quite the lengthy drive on one of the worst roads known to man, I think. You can see from these photos how horrible it is. The right photo is actually the parking area out there on the west launch. You can imagine trying to change in the waders and get ready to go out for a fun day hunting, and that's a mess. Next slide. Also with the west launch, you get a whole bunch of dumping and debris. People are burning pallets and fires. Just a lot of vandalism. A lot of our signs and fencing out there gets ripped down every year or shot up. You can see this gentleman, the grandson, and his grandpa going out hunting, and they had to stop and change a tire and bump it up because how bad the western dike is. So next slide. So naturally, the east parking lot gets way more usage. The bottom picture shows that parking lot. Currently, there's 5 vehicles there, 3 of which have trailers, and that is the parking area. And then I also want to mention building on the left-hand side is privately owned, and there's an access gate that has to come through our parking area. Also on the north side, you can see where that road takes off through the parking area as well. Both of those access points often get blocked by people trying to fit in this parking lot, and causes a lot of irritation for our neighboring landowners.
Hey,
Colton, yeah.
Colton, let me stop you real quick. Yeah, I don't know if you can tip your microphone closer to you. You're kind of breaking up on us a bit.
All right, I'll try to slow down. Been trying to speed up just to help me along. But,
all right, thanks.
Anyways, currently this parking lot is only holding 12 to 15 vehicles, and once it's full, hunters are starting to have to park up and down the road. The picture on the left shows that road in yellow. It's a pretty narrow road. There are ditches throughout that road, and it makes it really hard to park and very unsafe for traffic to be passing back and forth. Also for public, I mean, waterfowl hunters always have a lab they're taking with them that's running around in tight quarters and vehicles. It gets pretty scary, as well as an accident, trying to get along this road. Another thing to mention is where they're having to park on busy weekends when they're clear out at the end of this thing is almost 3/4 of a mile away from the boat launch itself. So that's quite the walk just to get to your boat to go out and enjoy a day of hunting. Next slide. Here's the entrance road. You exit off 515 and go west, take the right-hand frontage road. This is all paved for the first half mile, but it is all posted no parking. And this causes confusion every year with hunters that can't fit in the parking lot and are wanting to park naturally close as possible. But these no parking signs that State Park has is all the way along the pavement area. I imagine this is so people don't park and try to walk into Willard Bay without, paying a day use fee or an entrance fee for the state park. So there's one issue that people have brought to my attention. It's just the confusion and kind of nervousness of getting cited for parking. Next slide. Here shows how narrow the road is. Picture on the left and all those trees on the right-hand side of the picture. Like I say, it's along a ditch where there's really no room to get over, and what room there is, it's not really safe to be right by that ditch and getting vehicles stuck. And as you can see, this entrance road isn't very wide, so when you start having people parking along the sides of it, it just makes for congestion and a nightmare trying to get back and forth with hunters coming in to launch their boat or leaving the area. On the left-hand side of that photo, State Parks is doing a new recreation pond, and there will be a fence going up right along the edge of that road as well. So that won't be any valuable parking. The upper right picture shows that ditch and how it's not safe to be parking off the road up there. And then the bottom picture shows as you approach the parking lot, it's actually all wetland there on the left-hand side in those grasses. Next slide. And naturally, people see those grasses in a nice flat spot and think they should go and rally their trucks and tear it up, which is still valuable habitat. There's birds that nest there, upland, the pheasants, some quail, a lot of waterfowl still use this area. Also, always have a problem with people burn pallets, having fires, both of these boat launches, we see that. Next slide. So this is what I've got proposed. I've been working with an engineer and drawing up some plans. We're trying to get a permit from the Army Corps of Engineers and expand the small parking area into this yellow section. This will be an acre in size and should be able to handle the majority of the use the spur gets. To keep the infrastructure of the parking lot intact, we're putting in a ditch on the eastern side. It's that orange section. That way, any runoff or water that's coming from the east side will funnel into that ditch, and from there, drop into the spurs main water channel on the south side of it. Yeah, I'm going to try to utilize dedicated hunters and also install a fence on that northern portion of the road so that we stop having people mud bogging and going out into the nesting habitat and stuff that we're not going to be altering. That's really the main part of this. Any questions or thoughts? Breakdown.
This is Tyler. Question on, it seems like Sorno came a couple years ago and he was going to do something with that parking lot. I remember a floating bridge or something across that waterway. Did that ever get done?
No, I think when they raised the dam at Willard Bay, they used the funding that they were talking about putting that bridge in, and that was going to be more for an angler access to access Willard Bay, but they used those funding up the way I understood it, to put the elevation raise when they redid the dam, 4 or 5 years ago.
Colton, I've got a question for you. One great job on the presentation. I think this is very much needed. And two is, have you guys talked at all about putting aerators or anything there by the boat launch, so that way when it freezes over, airboats can still actually access the water? Because I know sometimes later in the year, as these things get cold and there's ice, people just bust up their trailers trying to back in those trying to get their airboats in there. And so any conversation with that, so airboat users can use it later in the year?
Currently, I haven't really talked much about it. Something would be really nice to do in that regard. We'd have to run power down there, I believe, to keep something open, but it definitely is a big concern. Once the spur tends to freeze, majority of the traffic does use that horrible road and go clear out on the west side. Probably a lot of hunters call it quits for the year just because it's so hard to launch on ice directly without water, and then running the ice just really, it's hard on rivets and it's hard on equipment.
Yeah, what made me think about it, Colton, was years ago, I think the aquatic section did something similar with high elevation lakes in the Boulder Mountains, where they would put these aerators in the water and I don't think they had power. I think they had a solar power contraption that kept it running year round. And so that way, if there's something you could do to get a boat in there, I think we can increase the use later on in the year. So
we're actually using solar and wind powered power generation, and it works really well. It keeps those ponds open all winter.
Excellent. No, that sounds really good. That's the type of stuff we're looking at trying to do. So that's great input.
Yeah, maybe it's not part of this. I mean, maybe let's get the parking lot done, but maybe something.
Yeah, we'll try to get the parking lot, and then from there make some changes like that would be excellent. One issue that comes to mind instantly with that would just be vandalism. A lot of stuff goes on at night or even during the day out there that's sometimes hard to keep an eye out, but at least this east launch is a lot more accessible. I know the officers from state parks come and check on it more frequently, and it's not such the issue that western and back road is to the west launch.
I can speak to the vandalism on solar panels. We had rocks thrown at ours on the Weber River that we had to cover with a cage, and we still get issues here and there, but it can be an issue.
All right. Any other questions? Okay. If not, do we have a motion on this?
But I'll make that motion, Eric.
Okay.
I'll second the motion.
Okay. We have a motion from Justin. We have a second from Jack. All in favor, say aye.
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 If there are any opposed, say no and raise your hand. All right. Seeing none, the motion carries. Okay. We have,
Thanks, everyone.
Yep. Thanks, Colton. 5763 Ogden Bay WMA water control structure replacement. Go ahead. Rich, you're on mute, I think.
Sorry. Daniel, can you pull up that PowerPoint? And then scroll down quite a ways. I should have done separate ones. I apologize for that. Okay. So another picture of the great coverage we get with these structures. Next slide. So we had this big project a couple years ago, and that was for the smaller, 24-inch culvert structures that were a lot easier to replace. we need bigger structures for these, and these are all drive over bridges, and you can see in these pictures how it's just crumbling, falling apart. We got one of them that's actually condemned to trucks, and maybe they all should be at this point. But what we're going to do is we're going to go in and just get some larger water control structures with probably 36-inch culverts and take the old bridge out. So next picture. Here's another one. Picture on the left. I don't know why they designed it this way, but it's near impossible to get a trailer over. So what we're going to do is we're going to replace these two structures and straighten the dike out as well, and that'll help out with everything we do out here. Next picture. Here's the one that's condemned. It's an old railroad tie bridge. We do take ATVs, but definitely not trucks. And we'll with a 36-inch over here. Next. Okay, you can go back to the WRI sheet if you want, but all we're asking for is the structures on these. We're going to have our maintenance crew replace them, so it'll be a lot cheaper. We won't have to contract that out. And then we're going to have an engineer just engineer it, shoot the elevations that we need just so it's successful. And then the materials and supplies there. So we're asking for $40 or $40,000, and SFW is committed to pay $10,000 of it. So we're just asking for the PR dollars from Habitat Council.
Fantastic. Any questions for Rich on this? All right, seeing none, do we have a motion?
I'll move that we tentatively approve it for funding.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion from Jack. We have a second from Tyler. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no, and raise your hand. Okay, none opposed. Motion carries. Thanks, Rich.
Thank you.
All right, Salt Creek water shares. Is that you, Chad? And
Yep, that'd be me again. I'm going to keep this one short and sweet. I don't have a lot to show, but basically this is a proposal to buy some water shares out of the Bear River Canal Company that became available. This was put in just a couple weeks ago. These shares became available. It's about 20 shares, a little over 20 shares. Currently, both Salt Creek and public shooting grounds don't have enough water to keep all the wetlands wet through the summer. So we actually do some pretty large summer drawdowns on some of our impoundments. But this would help get some water back into some of these wetlands and also possibly help expand some of our irrigation plantings and keep some water where we need it. That's basically about it. As far as the funding goes, this is being proposed to use this year's funding, so FY21 funding. As far as the funding goes, that has been left blank, just because I know there's some workings down in Salt Lake on where they are going to try and pull some of this money. I don't know if Eric Anderson wants to chime in and say anything about that, but basically it's about $143,000 for these 22 plus water shares.
I don't have anything to say other than the contract to purchase them should be here today.
Thanks, Eric.
so with the 140,000, are we looking to just use some Habitat Council money as the match for some PR funding, maybe?
Yeah, it'll be PR.
Okay, thanks, Eric. Any other questions?
Are we looking to do that this year or next year?
This year.
This year. Water shares are available now. I don't know how long they're going to be available for. And I will say at a very, very good price. So we're trying to jump on this as quickly as possible.
Okay, so from a process standpoint, what we would be looking at doing is as additional requests to carry over money or to push projects into the next fiscal year. Essentially, then those dollars become available possibly to fund things like this that come up during the current fiscal year. And so we would look to utilize funds that are get pushed over into next year. We use that money in the current fiscal year to fund things like this. And so I guess if anybody was wondering about how that would work from a process standpoint, that's how we would do that.
Just so I make sure I have the funding information correct, 75% is going to be PR. So basically asking 35,798, 75 from Habitat Council. Does that sound right?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay, I'll go ahead and put that in the database.
Thank you.
No problem. Anything for you, Eric?
And I
Thank you
think we were
again.
going to try and, oh, sorry, Eric, but I think we were going to try and split some of that Habitat Council cost between Upland and Waterfowl.
Okay, what percentage would you suggest?
60-40, 60
60
Waterfowl. Yes.
Okay.
Thanks, Allison.
So a couple of questions for me. I think it's critically important to secure water for fish and wildlife resources. I was just curious about what volume of water does 22 shares equate to? And then I'm assuming that this purchases the shares, but is there an annual assessment on those shares?
Yeah, that's included in that price. Eric might be able to speak a little bit more about to exactly what the assessment price is. And that's 22 shares is 22 acre feet throughout the irrigation season.
Okay.
I've got one more question, and pardon my ignorance on this, but what is the difference between a water right and a water share? Or are they the same thing?
They are different, and I actually asked that to Eric Anderson a couple weeks ago, and hopefully he's still here and can tell us.
It's actually 88 acre feet. Water
Oh.
shares are owned by, you're just a user of the company's water right. And you get water turns based on your shares, and you pay an annual assessment. This one I think is $26 a share per year because you're using their water delivery systems to get it to you, and they have to pay a river commissioner. Water rights are individually owned, meaning you have your own water right. You're responsible for your point of diversion and your place to use the water.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions on this? Fantastic. So do we have a motion on this?
I'll make a motion to tentatively approve this for funding consideration.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion from Paul. We have a second from Dwayne. All in favor, say aye.
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 If there are any opposed, say no and raise your hand. Okay, seeing none. Oh, was there a question?
Where this is 21, FY21, do we need to change that motion to be to approve it for funding since it's for 21? Instead of tentatively approving it for 22?
Yeah, I would request that we change that motion.
Yeah, sorry about that. I thought that as soon as I finished my motion. So I'll make a motion to approve this for FY21 funding.
Okay.
And then I'll second this again.
Okay. And again, all in favor, say aye.
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 If there are any opposed, say no. Raise your hand. Okay. The motion carries. Thanks, everybody. So what we're going to do at this point, we're going to break for lunch. It's 12:21. We have 10 projects left on the agenda. We okay to go till 1:15? Will that work for everybody? Okay, we'll be adjourned until 1:15 for lunch. Thanks. One moment. Okay, we're back on. Thank you, Michael. Okay, so first part of our day, we've gone through the project in our northern Northeast region. We've got 10 left, covering southern, central, and southeast region in the public office. So we're going to move ahead now with southern region projects, and we'll start with project number 5652, Bicknell Bottoms Fence Restoration Reconstruction, phase 2. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. This is Jim Lamb, habitat restoration biologist in beautiful sunny Loa, where the air is clear and we don't have inversions. You should all visit, but don't stay.
Thanks, Jim.
I was going to write you a poem, Eric, and then I was going to write you a song, and then I just decided to do a normal presentation. So,
and I appreciate that.
That's good. We're going to, in 2018, we started talking with the Taft family about trading some property down here at Bicknell Bottoms to help their farming operation and to give us a little bit more waterfowl habitat in the marsh. Lynn claims that Clear Lake's the greatest wetland in the world, but Bicknell gives it a run for its money every opening day. So the polygons that you can see on the screen now that Daniel's put up, the polygon on the left is the 16-acre parcel that was owned by the Taft family. It's pretty wet country now. And the parcel on the right is the parcel that was owned by us, and we're going to trade to them. Those final 2 sections of fence just need to be finished, and then the marsh will be fully enclosed in a brand new fence. We took some money that we got from you last year and did the fence on the south side of the Bicknell Bottoms. I think Darren West has been by that fence and looked at it. It's a pretty good looking fence. Taylor Button built it. He's out of Washington and did a great job for us.
Hey Jim, while you're there, ask for some more grain.
Oh, okay.
Those grain fields you loaded had about 800 geese in them the other day.
Yeah, those geese like that grain. In the images, Daniel, there's a couple of pictures that I've taken and just put on here from Bicknell Bottoms of kids enjoying. Well, there's one picture there of the geese in the grain. That's just a small bunch, like you saw the other day, Darren. They love those grain fields, and the ducks really love the grain fields in the spring. This fencing has helped provide the protection from the cattle that we needed so that we can grow those fields. And then the next picture shows a couple of kids releasing pheasants for the pheasant hunt. Those both happen to be related to me. That's why they volunteered. We love those kind of volunteers. And then the last picture is just some kids that I took from a hunter education class. My wife and I took these 6 boys down, and they were able to get 4 roosters. So that's why we have Bicknell. The sportsmen love it. It's the busiest marsh on the opening day of the season in the southern region. We are really glad that we've got it protected so that we can manage it the way that we'd like. We've introduced fire into that marsh a couple of years ago, just before we built the new fence. That created quite a stir in the community, but a lot of positive comments from it as well. So our finance page shows that based on the prices that the fence this year cost, we need a little over 40,000 to finish that fence, get those last two pieces out in the marsh done. And then that trade, the trade with the Tafts is complete. Those documents are all signed and recorded at the courthouse. The contract to get the corners located with engineering firms, that contract will go out today. And we should be able to build this fence next winter. We usually wait out in that wet country. We usually wait until late December, early January when we've got ice that we can work from. Makes it a lot easier on our helpers. There is a split out. We have 10% there for upland game, 60% for waterfowl, and then the 30% for sport fish was on the recommendation of Richard Hepworth. There's some awesome fishing in Bicknell Bottoms, and I agreed not to show the picture of the brown that he and his brother caught 2 weeks ago. It was awesome. 29-inch brown. Beautiful fish. Any questions?
Geez, Jim, you did such a great job. There's no questions. It was a great presentation.
Thank you.
I also got to be part of signing off on the land exchange with the Taft family, and so that was good to be part of, and is complete. Any questions on this one? Pretty straightforward fencing project. So, all right. If there's no questions, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to tentatively approve it for funding consideration.
Okay.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, we have a motion from Paul, second from Jack. All in favor, say aye.
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 If there are any opposed, say no and raise your hand. Okay, none opposed, so the motion carries. Thanks, Jim.
Thank you very much. Come and visit.
Make sure we leave, right?
Well,
Okay.
you can stay a couple of days.
Okay, thanks.
I take exception to that, Jim.
Darren, you have your own piece of dirt now. You can come and squat anytime you want.
Okay, 5714, Richfield Upland Game and Waterfowl Management Project Phase 8. Go ahead.
This is Kendall Bagley, habitat biologist out of the Richfield area. Today I'll be presenting this Phase 8 of the Richfield Upland Game and Waterfowl Management Project. Daniel, if we could go to imageries and documents. And about halfway down, there's a map. So this is the Phase 8 of a 10-year agreement that we have with Richfield City. In the red color, you can see the Richfield City property. DWR leases this. We have a 5-year lease. This is our second lease agreement with Richfield City. So we have this year plus 2 more on our current agreement. The property is 130 acres. We use it as walk-in access for upland game, waterfowl hunting, and open access for the general public. So we can go to some pictures. Let's skip down to the next one. So this past year, what we did is we opened some areas on the WMA and we seeded it with some cover crop. So we utilized this broadcast seeder on the back of a truck. Next. And we put Vance on the tractor. He's doing a little furrow in there after we got it all seeded. Next. And there was a portion of this that we kind of set aside, probably about 2 acres. We planted in corn, and we borrowed the corn planter from Lynn Zubek out to Clear Lake and brought it over, and it worked great. Next. And and here's the results of our labor. So it's just a great opportunity down here on this Richfield WMA, provide additional habitat and forage for pheasants, turkeys, quail, and a few mule deer, as well as some geese and migratory ducks in the fall of the year. Next. There's a few turkeys that found floating around on the WMA within the new seeding area. Next. We've got some dedicated hunters that help us all the time down here on this WMA, and so we're kind of mowing some of the residual weeds back around some of our shrubs that we've planted for some winter forage for the upland game birds. Next. Here's the baby chicks. So within this project too, as everybody knows, this being the 8th year, SFW has been instrumental in making sure this project moves forward within Sevier County chapter. So each year we receive baby pheasants. We've been getting them locally from Nephi out of 4 Mile Hunt Club, and we raise the birds here till maturity, and we usually get the birds about mid-May and raise them up and keep them going for youth pheasant hunts and some of the general hunts within Sevier Valley. Next. A couple more pictures of the babies when they're just little. Next. So with some of the work we do, we've obviously predation is a big issue, and so we continue to trap skunks and raccoons and take care of those so we can continue to have a pheasant population within this WMA. Next. Here's kind of the pheasants. This is late in the years. We're getting ready to get them released before the 1st of November. So you can kind of see we've got about 4 flight pens, about 50 by 150 long, and we scatter the birds out. As we move them through the year, we'll just kind of continue to keep opening these areas for the birds. Next. Next. This is just another picture of after we broadcast the seed. I used a little blanket harrow and just kind of worked the seed in, covered it up. Next. So here's a successful hunter. This Tom was taken right on the WMA this last spring. Was not visually seen on a trail camera or baited in with apples. Next. Here's kind of what it's all about. We got all these kids that come out and help us out, and they get their hands dirty and they're able to catch the pheasants and get a opportunity to band them and put them in the boxes so they can take them out and release them. Next. SFW members and their help is critical to what goes on within the birds. Making sure that we get them in the proper areas and the proper locations. Next. Some hunters on the first day. This area gets hit pretty hard, pretty much ongoing from the youth hunt in late October and clear throughout November and parts of December. So there's a lot of activity here on this 130 acres. As you can see, the Sevier River right in the background. So there's a lot of activity and people really enjoy it. Next. Here's kind of an opening morning, our parking lot that sits on the southwest corner. A lot of activity. There's room for people to park and walk in and hunt and enjoy the area there in Sevier Valley. Next. Paul Niemeyer, he's in the foreground, Vance with the Division of Wildlife and some SFW volunteers there, but Paul's been really instrumental in this whole process through SFW and the local Sevier chapter. So if it has anything to do with pheasants and habitat, Niemeyer's definitely involved from a local standpoint. Next. There's Paul with some kids. This is an SFW kid shoot picture from one of those shoots that day. So each year we have a morning session and an afternoon session. Bring the kids out. These are birds that we've raised on the Richfield WMA, and then they turn them loose on the Annabella WMA and bring these kids in SFW does a great job. They provide them opportunity to shoot clays in the morning and then hunt the birds. They feed the morning group, and then they bring in the afternoon group, feed them as well, shoot some clays, and then go back out and hunt the pheasants. So each group roughly is around 15 to 20 kids. They sign up through DWR at our Southern Region office, and we release about 500 birds for those kids that day. So, next. And that's a picture of the last hen released in 2020. So it was a good day. Next. Kind of some more mature roosters. You can see they've just got them fed, and they're all over these little feeders. Next. This is kind of an area we bring them into. So we have about 15 to 20% of our roosters are hens. And so we just release them into the wild as well. Next. Some of the habitat that's already been established. So we have some nice cover for everybody to hunt and enjoy. It gives good escape cover for our birds, plus some winter feed moving forward. Next. This is a grandpa, and he's been bringing his grandkids up to the SFW Youth Day Hunt there in Annabelle for several years, and this is a pincher he sent to us after last year. So it's a great opportunity to see kids enjoying this aspect of hunting and upland game. Next. And that's the release of some of the birds on the WMA. Next. One last picture of a coon that met his demise on the WMA. So, Daniel, if we can go to the budget. So with the budget, we're looking for $25,300. $9,850 will be in kind. That's kind of the breakdown. Average cost to feed the birds. We get seed such as corn and other cover crop plots that we are able to get through the funding. Some of the expenses, as we lease this ground, we also lease about 30 acre feet of water. Some of that water is utilized through the Division of Wildlife Resources, and then we also have some donated by Glenwood City and Jay Ogden. Eric Anderson's been really instrumental in helping me out, trying to get all this stuff done and make sure all the paperwork's put into place for this project. If we can go down a little bit more to the funding. So with Habitat Council, we're just asking for $6,300. Pretty much covers some of the seed that we'll put back out onto the WMA and the water lease agreement. SFW, Sevier Valley Chapter, we're looking for $19,000 from them this year. We have $7,500 worth of in-kind and dedicated hunters from last year. The in-kind volunteer is estimated at $2,350. So moving forward, we enjoy this project, and like I said, it's in the 8th year. Last year we raised about 3,000 roosters. We sent a lot of them to different parts. Millard County, Paiute County, Wayne County, and then Troy Justison with SFW picked up quite a few and went north with them to different areas of northern Utah. So it's a great project. It's been really beneficial to Sevier County, and we've had a lot of success with young hunters. So any other questions?
Hi, Kendall, it's Dwayne.
Hey, Dwayne.
Do any of these birds get included in the statewide pheasant release program, or are they separate from that?
You know, normally we usually put them out on our WMA within Redmond and Sevier, or Redmond and the Richfield WMA, plus the Annabella WMA. So we kind of augment what we get from the division birds that usually come out of either 4 Mile or Hat Ranch.
Okay. You release all the hens, but you insist on roosters only. You follow state guidelines.
Correct. Yep. And most of the hens we usually save them until after the hunt's over. Then we capture them and We usually carry over about 20 or 30 roosters, and then everything gets released, and it's towards the end of December, first part of January.
Are you seeing birds out there now?
We are. Yep. The other day I passed a couple right there on Segmiller, and we've passed a few over here on Annabelle. There were some out on the Glenwood Road 2 weeks ago. So we are seeing recruitment. We do have bands that we put on these birds when we go and release them. So each year we've had a different band for the last 7 years. So it's kind of good to see a little bit of a recruitment moving forward. Last year was a little bit tough. We didn't see a whole lot of chick recruitment within the WMA, but these birds disperse. It's just crazy how fast and far they go. So there'll be a few that'll hang around the WMA, but as it gets pressure by hunters, they seem to find their own place and they just take off in the valley.
Yeah. Well, good. Thanks.
You bet.
Any other questions for Kendall? All right. Do we have a motion on this project?
I'll make the motion to approve it for funding consideration.
I'll second it. This is Justin.
All right. We have a motion from Tyler and we have a second from Justin. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Thanks,
Is there any
Tyler and
opposed?
Justin.
If there are any opposed, say no and raise your hand. Okay, motion carries. Thanks, Kendall.
You're welcome.
All right, our next project, 5751, Beaver WMA's Cheatgrass Control Project. Go ahead.
So I don't think Gary's with us today. He's asked me to cover this one. So this is on the Beaver WMA, and the project is located east and south of Beaver, Utah, and it falls within our Beaver Wildlife Management area. And the main opportunity here is for the implementation of a new chemical called Rejuvra. And Rejuvra is been relabeled. It was Esplanade 2.0, roughly is what most of us are calling it, but gives us the opportunity to help reduce cheatgrass invasion. And what Gary's has in mind with this project is to do a trial with this Rejuvra to demonstrate good control of cheatgrass in areas with impact vegetation communities and try to release those species and suppress cheatgrass at the same time. So the project will begin to use, so we can begin to look at projects on a larger scale within these type of treatments. So the property is owned by SFW with an easement that's maintained by DWR. And it was conducted to trend toward cheatgrass domination. And so what's happening is they're trying to use this new chemical to reduce some of the cheatgrass infestation. They feel like they still have a fairly decent understory, but according to the kind of the range trend data, it shows an upward spike in cheatgrass taking over these areas. So this area is really critical for mule deer. It has some turkey use and elk use, but it's had a couple treatments on it in the past, and just with the opportunity, every time you disturb that soil, you get a flush of cheatgrass through the restoration efforts. And so Gary's looking to try to put Rejuvra on here. I know he's at least in the project proposal, looks like Bear chemical is going to provide some of that chemical to the DWR to try to do this trial. And they'll aerial fly it with a helicopter and fly that on probably, I'm assuming, in the fall of the year. But the beaver deer herd is currently expressing some suppression and body conditions that have been surprisingly low. So the opportunity for this project is to increase the importance of providing the best quality renter range. At this point, controlling the cheatgrass while an intact native community of sagebrush and a few grasses, it'll be a little bit more cost effective than doing some overall restoration work in the past or in the future if it needs to be done. So any questions on this one? I think he's talked to Kevin Gunnell, possibly Danny Summers at GBRC to try to help do some of these trials. I think they're looking to do a few of them in the southern region.
Yeah, so I can speak to that a little bit. We're partnering with this project, and basically the Fountain Green project that's a few projects away from us is basically the identical project. And so this chemical has been around for a little bit, but it's been recently fully labeled for grazing, so we can use it on a broader scale. And it's a longer term control of cheatgrass. It can control cheatgrass for 5 years, which when you do so, 4 to 5 years, when you do so, then that all the seed that are in the seed bank will not be viable anymore. And so the chance of, or the timeline on reinvasion of cheatgrass is much slower. So this is that's something that we wanted to do this, and this Fountain Green project coming up as a demonstration of where to use this. So this chemical is so effective you can't seed into it. So we want to find, where can we use it and be effective. And so projects like this and Fountain Green to have a good understory still intact, then we're just going to release what's there. And so we want to demonstrate, where this will be useful to people and use it as a demonstration site.
Thanks, Danny. So it looks like the budget, Gary's asking for $37,268, and the in-kind is chemical coming from Bear in the form of 10 gallons of Rejuvra. I did receive some information that has come from Utah State University, and it looks like if they're using, just looking at one thing in some of their trials, but they're using Matrix and Rejuvra and Accord and plus Rejuvra in one of their trials and having really good success with that as well. So it looks like everybody's kind of jumping on the opportunity to try to use this. And I know Clint Wyrick's done a little bit in southwest Utah as well on some projects. So there's some of it that's already on the ground, be ready to look at next spring. So this is an opportunity to do some work within our Beaver WMA. Any questions?
Hey, Kendall, for you or Danny, is the Rejuvra, is it a foliar treatment or a granular?
It's a liquid pre-emergent that's effective in the soil. It doesn't kill anything on foliar touch, so it's a pre-emergent.
Okay, that answered my second two questions, if it would harm any of the foliar, which it won't, and the pre-emergent, which I'd like to hear. I've read good things on this, so I'm all for it.
Yeah, we're excited to start using it.
Okay, that's all I got. Thanks, guys.
Any other questions? Oh, Allison.
Comment, and then maybe Tyler want to speak to this too, but I moved this all over to Habitat Council, assuming that this is not going to rank very high in the southern region. But where it's WMA, probably important to Habitat Council. So I just basically changed it so it was all Habitat Council. And if you guys want to make any changes to that, let me know.
Thanks, Allison.
I'm okay with that. If it does rank well out of the region, then we can change it back at the funding meeting.
How many acres was that, Kendall?
Oh, you'd have to go to map that project. He doesn't have it on here. Right there, 769, 770.
Okay.
So it's a pretty good chunk, Darren, for sure.
Yeah.
And this stuff, like Danny said, it's it's a pre-emergent. And so the biggest thing is I think that Esplanade, this is a kind of a sidekick because Esplanade was not approved for areas that could sustain grazing. So they've relabeled it and we've got Rejuvera now. So hopefully it'll be an opportunity to do some long-term projects that have already been established and kind of get some baseline data to move forward for sure.
Yeah, well,
So,
790 acres is a pretty good chunk, but if you don't control it, or if we don't at least make an attempt to control it, you may see double that in the coming years.
Yeah.
So it's great.
So yeah, I was going to mention on the map there, the upper block, which is the SFW block, can be fully treated. It's a little bit higher elevation and a little bit better shape, but lower on a couple of the other DWR pieces, we decided to do some test strips. So we're going to fly these strips across those areas to see how the understory responds and see sometimes, things will pop up that you didn't know were there. And so we'll monitor those and see how those go. And so if there's a good understory response, then in the future, these other two lower sections might get treated as well.
Yeah, Danny, can I ask you a question about this? Does this only work on cheatgrass, or would this work like on bulbous bluegrass in the northern region as well in the future?
Kevin's not here. Kevin would know on bulbous. I know it does a really good job with cereal rye and other annuals, and I'll have to find out on bulbous. I think we have some test plots that we've done around the state already with this, and trying to see ways to seed into it and things like that. But I'll check with Kevin.
And then just my last question, either for Danny or Kendall. We've been using Plateau for a long time. Just for someone that doesn't understand this as well as you guys do, what's the major difference or advantage of using this over Plateau? Because Plateau is relatively inexpensive.
Yeah, this has a much longer effective lifespan. It's effective 4 to 5 years, and so it's kind of scary in some ways. If you put this out there and there's nothing to come up, then you're going to end up with a little bit of a dust bowl. And so we want to be targeted in where we can use this. And so this is the type of place that we think we can, and it can be a good demonstration where there is a good understory on site. But then in the future, there might be an opportunity to use a combination of those. Is use Plateau and you try to get things established, and then later come back in with Rejuvera to keep the cheatgrass out and enhance your understory over a longer period. So it's we're trying to figure out the best way to use all these tools and the combinations.
Thanks. I love it.
All right. Any more questions on this project? Okay. Do we have a motion?
This is Darren. I'll make a motion to approve the project for funding consideration.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll second it.
All right. We have a motion from Darren, second from Justin. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. Raise your hand. Okay. There are none opposed, so the motion carries.
Hey, thanks, guys. Appreciate the opportunity to be here today.
Yeah. Thanks, Kendall.
See ya.
Next project, 5771 SRO Southern Region Office, FY22 Upland WMA maintenance. Go ahead.
Hi guys, is that me?
I guess that's you, Lynn.
Hey, I sent in a little some photos and stuff to view. Hopefully we can see them now.
Which one do you want to see first, the video or the duck trap?
I want to see it all, man. Whatever Gary got to you, that's what I want to look at. Cool. So
You want the second one or hold off?
I really wish that we could look at them and really slow it down. I don't know if that's possible. Each one of those pictures has a story to go with, the management that we're doing. And I would love to talk about them, but all this being new, I'd just like to spend a minute on each picture if I could.
For sure.
Okay. So this right here, this is part of my projects at Pavant Upland Game Area. You can see the holes are dug for each individual tree. Underneath that highest point on the right-hand side is buried PVC pipe. The trees are placed in those holes with chicken wire and also tree protectors above ground. And then each tree is individually watered by sending, diverting the water through taps and bringing them to each tree. I think if you go to the next picture, well, that's not the one I wanted, but this is, I know you guys kind of like to see developments over the years that have gone on. In front of that truck right there, that biggest, beautiful state tree, that Russian olive, was planted there as an Eagle Scout project about 15 years ago. And on the right-hand side, you can see the eastern red cedars and everything else that's planted along the edge. So it's kind of like stuff that has worked and stuff that will work in the future. Go ahead and go to the next one, please. This is a big part of what we do in Delta. We have the Snow Goose Festival, which is super fun, where we get a lot of the general public that come and view these beautiful birds that come and show up here in Delta. We get to hunt them for a while, then we shut the hunt off for our Snow Goose Festival for 2 weeks, and then we open the hunt up again. So it's really a great outing down here that a lot of people really enjoy. This is part of what you're paying for. I asked for money in the habitat projects for manure, and this is hauled down to Clear Lake. And like right now, I'm in the process of getting 320 tons hauled down. The ground is, as you would guess, it needs a lot of help. So this kind of activity really helps me in developing the habitat that we want to produce out there. Okay, go to the next one, please. This is exciting to me. I know it's hard to tell, but this is a Russian olive that's planted with no drip system or no irrigation to it. It's hard to tell, but in the background, you can see there's a lot of olives growing along a tree line there. I planted them in 2005, and at this point, I don't really have to take care of them. I don't have to water them. They're doing great. There's olives, eastern red cedar, buffalo berry, and currants, and those type of trees and shrubs that our wildlife really need to survive on. Well, this is exciting to me. We come along here and we water that with a military trailer and a 350-gallon jug of water. Go along, flop the water down in there, a couple times a year, and just let it grow and try to get it established, and then we'll be able to leave it alone. So I'm really excited about these projects. Okay. This is the result of our projects. This is a team effort. Everybody's helping me do this. This is one of the 2 tracks at the Pavant Upland Game Area. That's how many guys are showing up to hunt your pheasants and use the area. And at one time the Pavant was just a monotypic stand of crested wheatgrass. And as far as anybody hunting it didn't happen. But through time and through development and through putting our habitat dollars out there, this is what comes. Okay. This is a new fence project at Clear Lake. Super excited to have that. We've been dividing Clear Lake up. Like every year, we're putting out one side or the other and getting it done. Since the new fencing projects, I have had so much less problems with trespass cattle, which is really a plus. So I really appreciate that funding. We're actually asking for some more to continue fencing. That's one of the projects on both areas. Last springtime, we had a pretty nasty fire that my neighbor started and moved on to the Pavon Upland game area and wiped out some fence, and we're just trying to replace that. And that's one of the projects we'll talk about. But I love the new fence. It's just awesome. Okay. This is back to that first picture that we looked at. You can see in the bottom corner, the PVC pipe with the red on it. That's where the hole is for the water. That's how we're watering all of these trees. So I have over 3,000 trees on that area, and we're able to water them and keep them growing and provide that type of upland and big game and all types of habitat there, just making everything better by doing that. Okay. I want to talk a little bit about pheasants, but I kind of want to put that off for a minute. Real quickly, pheasant project involves a couple different things that are really cool. Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife have been nothing but a great supporter of me and Miller County all through this process. They came to Teresa and I and asked us what we could do, what we thought we could do. We pleaded for money for pheasants. We pleaded for money for our SFW sponsored New Hunter Day. And in addition to that, they've stepped up to the table. They buy thousands of chicks. We send them to Richfield, to the Richfield Upland area. They brood them for 3 to 4 weeks, and then I get a portion of them back. I have 2 pens. I have a pen at my house, and I have a pen on the Pavon Upland game area where I keep these birds, raise them up, and let them go prior to the hunt. I save a few, which I'm going to show you here, and I let them go. Now I keep them through the winter so that they can make it and get away from the birds of prey that like to pick them off in the winter. That bird right there is a big male that was beating everybody up. So I grabbed him, choked him a little bit, and I let him go at Pavon. So they're turned loose. The birds that are remaining are turned loose outside the pen, and then hopefully they can survive. And I've saved all the hens and fed them good. And your money also goes to buy some feed for the pheasants. And this is part of the project that we're working on here. Okay. This is part of my projects too. In the past has been asking for tree money. This is in my backyard. You can see that's a load of trees. That's probably $4,000 worth of trees right there. And like on a normal day, I try to plant 10 trees a day. So it's just a constant thing that I keep going all the time. And I also, my helper plants the heck out of them in the summer too. That's my pheasant pen in my backyard, and just kind of how we do it here. I buy the trees, I get them shipped to my house. I water them all summer, take care of them, keep them in good shape, and then put them out, as I can and as my helper can get to them too. Pretty cool this year.
Who's that guy?
Who is that guy?
I don't know, but I think it's cool that you let homeless people hunt the WMA. I think that's great.
He shot so well for the first 5 ducks, and then he just went right in the tank, and I got to laugh. So, lots can be said about that. There's 2 banded ducks there, flooded fields, Clear Lake, greatest wetland in the world. It's pretty awesome. Okay. Okay, skip that one. Talked about it. It's our pheasant hunt. Pretty cool. That's our birds, SFW birds. There is actually 2 brand new hunters in that group. Never shot a pheasant before. Some of the other ones have. Really, really awesome that we're able to do what we're doing to encourage new hunting, to encourage guys to come out and hunt. I think every person in the state's hunting our WMAs for pheasants. It seems like it. You know, that's what's changed, in my opinion, is that now people don't have a lot of private ground to go to. They come to our WMAs and they hunt them. And that's what it's for. Love it. Okay. This is really cool, guys. This is a nice rooster at Clear Lake. He's in my corn patch, which I work really hard on. But guess what? He's there because you guys provided manure, fuel for my pumps, corn seed, fertilizer. You're helping me. You're helping this happen and this exist. So it's really exciting to see that. Okay. Once again, just quickly, when I plant trees, this is what I do: dig the hole, line it with chicken wire, which is absolutely essential to the life of your tree. The yellow thing is the above ground tree protector. The chicken wire protects the roots from the gophers and the other animals that want to eat the roots. It's the only way I've had success, and it works very well. I'm planting olives, eastern red cedar, Siberian pea shrub, sumac, buffalo berry. Olives by far the best. Okay. Another fence shot. It's a nice new fence. I'm so thankful for it. Okay. Same picture, guys hunting. Go ahead, we've seen that one. That's the same one. And if you want to, I would love to show you or talk to you about the other ones, but maybe that's enough. You know, maybe last year's picture. I love to show the picture of the big buck that was shot on the Pavant and that rubs my trees every year. We do a lot of fire projects. It's just some you know, great places, great work going on, and hope to continue it.
This is great stuff, Lynn. I appreciate you again showing off all the good work that's going on there, and it really helps the council and all of us to see, you know, some really great things going on the ground and what we're funding. Any questions for Lynn on this part of his project? Okay. If I don't have any questions, do we have a motion on this?
I'll move that we approve it for funding.
Okay. We have a second.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Justin. So we have a motion from Jack. We have a second from Justin. All in favor, say aye.
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 Is there any opposed? Say no and raise your hand. Okay. No opposing. So the motion carries. Thanks, Lynn. I suppose you've got the next one too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So 5774 Southern Region Waterfowl Upland WMA maintenance. Go ahead.
It's same thing. You can see what we do there. Seed, trees, shrubs, irrigation equipment, seasonal, fertilizer, rental, fuel, truck. Man, foot on the gas. Let's get this stuff done. Let's get it in the ground.
So the pictures that we showed were kind of all of those, the Pavant, the WMA maintenance and some of the Clear Lake. So
That's correct. Yep. So I'm covering 5 areas: Topaz Slough, Clear Lake, Pavant, Redmond, and Bicknell. So my money can go, or our money can go to any one of those places for these type of projects. In all honesty, Topaz Slough is really struggling, and Redmond needs one thing: it needs more of me. But all of them are great, and all of them, you know, I'm just saying that I'm going to do these kind of projects on all these areas. So it doesn't just go to Clear Lake or just Pavant, it's to all of them. And this year we wrapped the tree. Typically I would have like a tree, you know, a tree fund, and we just lumped that all together. I think that was just to simplify things.
That's a good plan, but so specifically, we're looking for 9,000 from Habitat Council, and what was the percentage breakdown on that, Allison or Daniel? Okay. Any questions for Lynn on this? All right.
I'll make the motion to approve it for tentative funding consideration.
Okay.
I'll second it.
All right. We have a motion from Tyler. Who was the second from? Dwayne?
Dwayne.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no, and raise your hand. Okay, motion is approved. Lynn, thank you so much for
one more. This is mine also.
Is it? Okay, go ahead then.
The fencing, Clear Lake fence has been around probably since the 30s, some of it. I replace it constantly, and taking chunks of it and putting it, you know, getting it fenced by a contractor has just been awesome. So this project is to do 2 separate fences, one at Clear Lake and one at Pavant. This is the Pavant that I'm seeing on my screen. The yellow, yeah, is where we border private land. And my neighbor started a nice fire that started down in the bottom corner and crept up, took out a couple of those corners. But other than that, it needs fence, new fence, just like that is. It's the Pavant fence has probably been there since the 40s to some of it. So it needs it, and Clear Lake needs it. And so we're asking for enough money to do a portion of it. We're not trying to do the whole thing at once, but we're trying to, you know, keep making a difference on both areas. Big game. I have a lot of big game on both areas. So I guess they're getting off easy on this one. But
I would think it might be okay to push some of the percentage over to big game. I don't know, Justin, what do you think? And Darren?
Could I ask, this is Darren, could I ask a question on that real quick?
Yep.
As part of the new rule, were the Clear Lake and Pavant WMAs, were they included in the change to be able to hunt big game?
yes, you can hunt big game at Pavant. I have a beautiful picture of a nice buck that I've shown so many times. Tyler knows it. And I'm actually getting guides that are coming and wanting to guide on the Pavant, if you can believe it. So when I get a southern tag, that's the first place I go hunt. Like, or go to the mountains, go to the Pavon Upland Game Area. As far as Clear Lake goes, you can hunt there with a bow. And I am not opposed to allowing some muzzleloader hunting if there was no waterfowl hunting going on. I think it'd be just fine. I think it's something we need to look at in the future. I don't have many big bucks. I'm not saying there's some waterfowl management areas get some great big bucks on them. I don't have that until the hunt's over. And then I get some pretty good bucks that come through. But I've got 4 or 5 2 points. And as far as I'm concerned, somebody could come in there and shoot them and, you know, it helped me out because they eat my trees.
Okay, maybe I missed it, but the $103,704, is that, it's for the fencing, is that to reduce cattle trespass or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
I'd allow Justin to answer that question if he'd like before I throw out a comment.
Right. I mean, I don't mind if there's a little bit put towards big game, but I mean, the purposes of those properties are upland game and waterfowl centric. And so, I mean, I understand, but I think if we wanted to entertain a little bit, I'd be fine with that, but not much.
And I have to say the opposite of that. I don't know, with the limited funds that we have for upland habitat projects, we're not putting habitat on the ground, we're putting up barbed wire fences. And what that does to protect the pheasants that might be there, I mean, obviously they're gonna fly over the fence, they don't care. But I know it keeps it's not gonna keep a predator out, it's only gonna keep a person out or a cow out. And it's just hard to think about the $300 and some thousand that we have for upland habitat and 50,000 of it going to a fence. I don't know if I'm barking up the wrong tree here or if that, I mean, it seems legitimate to me that to spend money on barbed wire isn't really spending money on habitat. But I know it's a double-edged sword there.
Yeah, it would be a large chunk of the waterfowl budget as well.
Just a quick comment for me. I think that fencing is critical for management of our WMAs, and I recognize the large scale need here. I wonder if maybe the best approach would be to try to get a, kind of a prioritized series of lengths from Lynn on, where, he would prioritize fence replacement over a period of several years. Maybe we can, bite it off in several chunks instead of one big fence.
You bet, guys. I appreciate anything on it, really. I mean, I understand your concern about it's not putting grass in the ground, but boy, I'll tell you what, protecting our WMAs from our neighbors' cows is absolutely critical. And believe me, people want to put their cows on your areas and they want to eat your habitat and they want to get away with that. And I'm surrounded by guys that are just that we lost some fencing to a fire and it's a weak fence. And, if we want to reduce it down and I'm fine with that too. Anything helps, but I'm trying to protect your areas from grazing and cattle and massive problems. Because as soon as somebody's cows go on there, they want to come back the next year.
Do we have some fire rehab dollars we can use for that?
Yeah.
I was just going to say, Zubek, tell us more about the fire. How much of that fence did it affect? And
it affected. It was not a good fence to begin with, and it just wiped out some corners and some posts, and it's old fence. I mean, it is old. It is some old steel fence posts and just tough tough. It's not going to hold our neighbors' cows out much longer. So it weakened an already weak fence, although we still have a fence. And if that's, asking too much, then we can reduce that down. I'll take $1,000. It's better than letting it get eaten by the cows. But, that it makes a heck of a fence. And the last couple of years at Clear Lake, I think we've got the fencing just because there were other projects that didn't, like it was like extra money. And boy, we came in and put it to use. And it's been a great thing, let me tell you.
What if we did come with end of year money? Could you get it done before July 1st?
Heck yeah. Any money's better than no money. And yeah, I'll do whatever. I was kind of just encouraged to ask for the money, and it won't ever happen unless I ask for it. So I'll take it any time, any way that you guys see fit to give it to me or whatever for fencing. I need the other stuff for sure. Fencing might just be great or icing on the cake.
I like Paul's approach myself. I think it'd be easier to swallow if we could prioritize it and then fund it, throughout the next couple of years and look for year-end money. What's your second motion if Paul would like to make that?
Yeah, I'm thinking about
we probably need to identify what the amount would be, a pared down amount, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, is if I could get some guidance maybe from the Upland and Waterfowl folks on what might be a reasonable request.
Well, let's do half of it. Take it in 2 chunks. That way it's not an ongoing, lingering thing, and just do it in 2 chunks. Half of it, we can find the money from this fiscal year, and half of it in next, or half of it in next and half of it in 23.
Okay, so
leave it how it goes out on the ground to Lynn's judgment as to which is more important, then come back next year for a second proposal.
Yes.
Yeah. Right now, let's fix that fire. Let's fix the Pavant.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to tentatively approve this project at half the proposed budget. I'm not going to try to do the math. Approximately 50,000, with a priority on the burned area on the Pavant, and then address the rest of it in phases over the next year or 2.
Okay, we have a second.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion to reduce the amount by half and look at phasing it over a couple of years. Motion is from Paul. The second was from Drew. Any further discussion on this?
If we do that, Lynn, will you just rework your budget and update the budget section and the funding section, and then so I have that new number, what it needs to be for the Pavant?
Yeah, do whatever I need to do. Or I'll get Gary to do it. How's that?
All right, we'll vote on this motion. All in favor, say aye.
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 If there are any opposed, say no and raise your hand. Okay, I see that there are.
Eric, before we jump off that one, can we discuss the funding breakdown? I mean, Lynn, I think it's a good question on the big game stuff. What's your take on it as far as percentage upland, percentage waterfowl? I know you said there are some deer out there. Right now, our rule doesn't allow for muzzleloader hunters, but it does allow for some archery stuff.
That's actually yeah. So it's open at Pavant, which is, I'm telling you what, we're growing some nice deer there. I'm not making that up. There's some nice bucks, and you know, they're getting, when you've got a guide setting his guys up on the top of the hill, watching every night, you know, there's some nice bucks in there.
Yep.
And so, you know, even if it's 5-10%, that helps. Anything helps.
Yeah, I don't know, Darren, how do you feel if we gave 10% of that, so we're not hitting those upland or waterfowl budgets as hard? Maybe even, what are your thoughts there?
I feel better about 5. I funded both of those properties, but I wish we could meet in the middle at 7.5, but I don't even know if that's feasible, but, how many acres is the Pavant WMA?
It's 960 acres.
And how many miles would be fenced of that south end?
I don't know exact miles. It's whatever's on that screen. It needs many miles.
I'm okay with 10%.
Where this is on the Pavant, are we putting any waterfowl on there, or should it all be upland and big game?
That's all upland there.
Oh.
Wait, so Dwayne split it so that it wouldn't dominate the upland budget and the waterfowl budget, and it's all the upland this time.
So, sounds good to me.
Oh, man.
No, I think we're saying 10% big game, and then we're going to reduce.
There's no waterfowl on the Pavant.
Yeah, there's no waterfowl at the Pavant.
Where we were doing both properties, it was a 50-50 split. Now we're doing the Pavant, and I'm still spending $50,000.
Yeah.
Minus 10%.
I don't know the good solution. When we get to the finance meeting in April, I think it'll probably work out.
Okay. So put it 90% upland and 10% big game. We're only doing the Pavant for half. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah.
Tyler, do you think there's any options for fire money on something like this, or not really, where it's an older fence?
Probably not.
Okay.
I think I saw a pygmy rabbit on the Pavant, so you could drop that 10% to non-game wildlife.
Well, unfortunately, Habitat Council money is there's not a non-game fund, and essentially that comes out of big game.
I'm pretty sure he knows that.
Categories are shown there, but those are for WRI purposes, really.
Zubek, I'm a little worried about your $3 a foot estimate. I'm afraid that's going to go up. Is you getting it for $3 a foot?
Our contractor's been doing a great job at Clear Lake. Gary kind of put this one together for me. This was let's ask for it, right? So we're just kind of going off what he's done in the past. Okay. And man, they're killing it at Clear Lake. They are putting up some nice fence. We're going 5 steel posts and 1 cedar post. Nice, tight, good, well done. So Gary kind of put that together for me.
I just did the math, and that using the $3 a foot, 43,750. So basically, that's just over 4,000 for big game and 39,000 for upland.
Thank you.
Hey, Lynn, I'm not trying to nickel and dime this, but I'm also sensitive to where Dwayne's coming from.
No, I understand totally.
Do you think the estimate would be lower if we had dedicated hunters tear out the fence? Because I think dedicated hunters could rip out fence fairly easy. And
like I say, as long as I have something to work with, I can get a lot done. This is nice to have a nice chunk of money because then you can contract it out, and the contractor gets in there. And the last two projects he's done in like weeks, put in miles of fence. So, I mean, it just comes down to, do we want to just go in there and clean the old fence out, let him do it? That's part of the bid. Put the new fence up. They're good at it and they do it quickly. Or if I get doing it, it's gonna lag and I'm gonna have some dedicated hunter help, and then, you know, it works okay, but it comes with its limits as far as.
Good point, Lynn. Let's contract it.
Even if we just contract, you know, like a mile of it instead of 4 miles. You know, it needs it, but like I say, there's fence there. It just needs to be fixed.
Okay, so I guess at this point, to wrap this up, I would ask somebody to amend the current motion with the numbers that Allison has given us, and let's make sure that that's okay with the percentages.
I'll make that amendment.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion to amend the previous motion, that we not only reduce the amount by 50%, but we have now amended the percentages to be 10% big game and 90% upland game. Is that correct? Is how we understand it?
Yes.
Okay. And so Paul amended that motion, and who seconded that one?
I did, Justin.
Oh, Justin, right. Okay. Okay, we'll call for a vote again. All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay. If you're any opposed, say no and raise your hand. Okay. The motion on top of a motion carries. Thanks, everybody. I really appreciate that. I guess I will say that in the meantime, we'll, be considerate of what this discussion has been, and even look for a possibility of other sources to fund this existing amount, and maybe pull some of the pressure off the Upland account some more. Okay. Thanks, Southern Region. Appreciate all your efforts and all of your hard work. We're going to move on to project number 5685 in Central Region, 6 Mile WMA in-house bullhog project phase 2. Who we got for that one? Mark, you up?
Eric, did we pull 5618?
I am not seeing it on my revised agenda. So Daniel, can you answer that?
Yes, we did. It was duplicated from the last meeting. It was presented in the January meeting.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, Mark, you're up. And then maybe you're still on mute. I'm not hearing anything.
There we go.
Okay.
Mark Farmer, Habitat Manager for the Central Region, coming to you from Mesa Arch. In the background. My son actually took this picture, so I have to give him kudos. He's getting really good. Anyway, this is a second phase of our 6 Mile bullhog project. It's 1,000 acres of old chaining that was done in the early 70s. There's a map on the images at the bottom of the images, Daniel, if you'd pull that up. So we've completed most of the first half of that, and that's ready to start the second. So on this map right here, there's a county road that goes right through the middle of the property, and we've worked on from the south to the north on the west side of that county road. And this next phase, we'll do the 500 acres or so that's on the east side of that county road. And that's kind of where we're ready to hopefully get started after July 1st. So let's go ahead and go through the photos. There's a few photos that we can look at. This chaining is, this is an area that's been opened up. We're retaining pinyon and taking out all the small junipers. If there's some really big junipers, sometimes we'll leave those in the chaining polygon. Go ahead, next slide. These trees are about perfect size for our small machine that the division owns. We can do this fairly cheaply by just paying for fuel and seasonal labor. Go ahead, next slide. And it opens this up real good. If you look real close here, you can see the bull hog. It's been working from the right of the picture to the left, and he's working on that slope. The county road there is just above that line. It's just above where the bull hog is. And you can see kind of what it looks like when it's been opened up. And it's reducing that tree cover quite a bit and helping our sagebrush. So all these trees basically survived the chaining and are regrowing. So we're trying to reduce that. Next slide. That's another area that's been opened up. Much better. Still some good cover for our big game, but a lot less water being taken out of the soil from trees. Go to the next one. I think that might be the last one. Let's kind of go through those. So we've opened it up pretty well. That's our machine. Like I say, these trees are about perfect for this machine. And then we have a dribbler on the tracks that we're putting seed down, shrub seed down. Hopefully we'll get some other pouring saltbush and bitterbrush plants coming up from that dribbler seed mix. Next slide. Does a good job. We've been running this machine since, I think 2011. We've done well over 1,000 acres. Usually we can handle about 500 acres a year. And that's some of the area on the south end that's been opened up. So that's kind of what we're looking for, just some money to help continue this project and finish this property off. Just seasonal labor and fuel and maintenance on the machine. This type of project doesn't rank well with WRI because it's doesn't have lots of threatened and endangered species and water involved, so it doesn't rank very well. So we're kind of relying on other funding sources to get this work done. Habitat Council and our conservation partners. So any questions on this?
It looks like a good project, Mark. Yeah, if we don't have any questions, look for a motion on this.
This is Darren. I'll make a motion to approve this for funding consideration.
Yeah, and I'll second it, Mark, and thanks for doing work on the South Manti. Those deer need it, so thank you.
Hey, Justin, and when you want to come back, kill some more trees, just let me know.
Yeah, when I need to take out some aggression, perfect.
Yeah, I've got you on video killing a couple.
All right, so we have a motion from Darren. We have a second from Justin. We'll take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no, and raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, the motion carries. All right. 5772 Fountain Green WMA cheatgrass control. Go ahead.
So this is the one that I mentioned earlier with it's basically the same project as the Beaver project. A little bit of background here on this particular WMA here outside of Fountain Green. Mark did a project here about 12 years ago or so. And it was when I first moved down here, and I looked at it, and the sagebrush there on that bench, it looked really bad. It looked like it was on its last legs, and it's invaded by cheatgrass underneath it, and sagebrush just looked really poor. And so back then, Mark just sprayed plateau on it, no other seeding or anything, trying to keep this sagebrush alive, and it just responded amazingly with the control of cheatgrass. And the sagebrush bounced back, looked great, had long meter growth. Kind of the nature of plateau is, like I said earlier, is a little bit short-lived, and so we did get, I think, like a cohort of younger plants after we controlled cheatgrass there for a little while. But as time has gone on, cheatgrass is back strong again. Have some pictures there, but there is an understory there, some western wheatgrass that I think could bounce back. So want to do like we mentioned earlier on the beaver project, use this Rejuvra product to do a longer term control. I didn't mention this on the other one, but from our research center, we want to do some plots also. So most of the project is going to be sprayed with Rejuvra, but we're going to do some smaller plots of plateau and some controls to kind of compare how Rejuvra works versus plateau, and use it, like I said earlier, as a demonstration area. And this will give us at least 2 good study sites in Fountain Green and Beaver, and we've talked about even doing some small plots on some other WMAs as well. But so we're looking for the council to pay for the product and the flight, and then I probably need to put in there, realize probably some in-kind for the monitoring and our research work that's funded through our research program.
Okay, any questions for Danny on this? That's the tired afternoon sound, but okay. There's not any questions. Do we have a motion on this one?
I'll make a motion to.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna make a motion unless you have a question.
No, I don't.
Okay, I'll make a motion to tentatively approve it for funding consideration.
Okay.
This is Darren. I'll second that.
Perfect. Okay, we have a motion from Paul to approve. We have a second from Darren. Thank you. We'll call for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no and raise your hand. Okay. All is approved. Motion carries. Thanks, Danny. Thanks, Mark, from Central Region. We have the next project. So we have 2 projects left. And so we'll push through these 2 and end the meeting. So 5746 Desert Lake Seasonal. Who have we got for this one? Maybe Danny, maybe
Is Joe Christensen on the call with us?
I don't see.
Do you want to skip to the next one and I'll call Joe and let him know we're ready for him?
Perfect.
And if Joe can't make it, this might be one I cover. This is a position that we've had in the Southeast region for years and years. So if needed, I can try to wing it.
Okay, we'll skip and then come back to it after this next project regardless. So okay, 5777 Sage Grouse Initiative Biologists. Go ahead.
So this is a partnership that we've had for a number of years, maybe close to a decade, I'm not sure. So we actually heard from one of these biologists this morning, Annalise from Vernal, and they're doing that project on Stewart Lake. And so we have 2 positions that are Pheasants Forever positions with the Sage Grouse Initiative and NRCS. These 2 biologists are housed in the in NRCS offices. We have one in Tremont and one in Vernal, and I have a PowerPoint summary in there, Daniel. These biologists work with private landowners primarily, but not exclusively, to put farm bill dollars on the ground with the Sage Grouse Initiative, which is kind of transitioning to a little bit broader focus called Working Lands for Wildlife. So they do a lot of the sage grouse projects, pinyon juniper removal, grazing systems, fence markings, and all those kinds of things. So, like I said, we have those two positions. They work for Pheasants Forever. And they work with private landowners. The next couple slides have a couple just summaries of what they accomplished in the last fiscal year. We have Michael Payton working in Tremont, and then Annalise, who we met this morning in Vernal. So they do a good job. The division, or through our partners, we only contribute a small amount to their fund, to their positions. So, and normally the conservation groups have picked this up. So back to the finance, it's about 16,000. We've been contributing $16,000 for the last number of years.
So Danny, walk me through this again real quick. If we're using conservation permit dollars for a sage grouse position, how does that work? Because we've got some rules, but is the argument then it's that position and the work they do is going to benefit big game species, which is why we can use the conservation permit dollars?
Yeah, exactly. I think pretty much, everything they're doing is benefiting big game for the most part as well. Just a lot of the pinyon juniper work and other projects.
You have any thoughts on that, Darren?
I don't. That pretty much answered my question.
Yeah, it's another good way for us to work with private landowners.
Can you throw up the map of that real quick?
There isn't a map, just because it's for the positions, the biologist in Vernal and Tremont.
Okay, but do you by chance have a percentage of public versus private land that'll be affected by this?
So the Tremont biologist, he works pretty much all of the northern region area, and then out in Vernal, kind of the basin. And then we use our other NRCS Farm Bill biologists, who are our DWR employees, to kind of cover a lot of the rest of the state with a little bit different spin on that one. But
yeah, I've seen some of the water projects they do, Darren, and some of these are on private lands, but they're pretty beneficial to those deer. So
okay, sounds good. Thanks, Danny and Justin.
Okay, any additional questions on this one? All right, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to tentatively approve it for funding.
Okay.
I second that. This is Drew.
Okay, we have a motion from Dwayne. We have a second from Drew. All in favor, say aye.
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 Or any opposed, say no and raise your hand. Okay, none opposed, so the motion is approved. All right. Okay, we're going to backtrack up to 746 Desert Lake Seasonal. Looks like we have Joe online with us now.
Yeah, I made it. Thanks, guys, for waiting for me.
No problem. Go ahead.
So this is a project money for a seasonal employee to help with the management of the Desert Lake Waterfowl Management Area, as well as the Huntington Wildlife Management Area. There are a couple of really important properties here in our region for hunting waterfowl, as well as upland game, and some big game also get hunted there. I'm asking for $15,000 for the seasonal pay, and then $7,500 for a seasonal vehicle for them to use.
So really, but from Habitat Council, the total amount is 5,600 is what we're looking at.
Yes.
We're also approving a PR chunk, 16.8 on that. Okay.
Hey, Joe, real quick, I saw in your write-up that there was some information on the fish pond and some of that stuff at Huntington. How much does this seasonal do with that fish pond? Or is it just more when we have good fences and we do the type of work that we're doing that that water body's protected?
Yeah, so mostly we get water to the pond through the irrigation canals. It's very little maintenance. We occasionally will walk around it and pick up some trash. But as long as we keep our fences up and the water is flowing to it, it maintains itself.
Eric, if you're ready, I'll make a motion that we tentatively approve this for funding consideration.
Okay. We have a second.
I'll second it.
Okay. That was Jack, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we have a motion from Justin to approve. We have a second from Jack. We'll go for a vote. All in favor, say aye.
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 For any opposed, say no and raise your hand. Okay, none are opposed, so the motion is approved. Okay. Thanks, Joe, for jumping on and explaining that to us.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, well, appreciate everybody and their time for today's Habitat Council meeting. That's all we have left for projects today. I'll ask, I guess, Daniel or Danny or Allison if there's any additional items we need to cover at this point. Maybe remind us of what our next date is for our meeting.
Got it, March 25th. That'll be our aquatics and Blue Ribbon meeting.
Okay. All right. Well,
the other thing I was going to type in is the running spreadsheet. I sent a link out to everybody last meeting. Do I need to send that out again to people? It's just a Google spreadsheet.
Please do.
Okay, yeah. I will.
Good. So I thank you again for working with us today and serving on the council and improving some great projects. We'll do this again here in March. If you have any questions in the meantime, you can direct those to me or Daniel or Danny or Allison or anybody else. Otherwise, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, we have a motion from Tyler.
I'll second it.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Are there any no's? All right. No. Okay. With that, the motion carries. We will adjourn till March.
Who was the second?
Oh, Lisa, question.
Who was the second?
I think it was me.
Yeah, it was Justin. Sorry.
And I'm just glad Tyler didn't say to tentatively adjourn.